Chapter 43:20. Whoosh. After a while, Little Wimp descended from the sky and landed in the tea garden. What took you so long? Qin Feiyang frowned. Do you have a problem with that? Little Wimp sat in front of Qin Feiyang like an old man, scowling at Qin Feiyang and asking. Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched and said helplessly, How would I dare? Can you control the gate of the Divine Kingdom now? Although he was the ruler of the Black Tortoise world in name, the real ruler of the Black Tortoise world should be this Little Wimp. Because in front of this Little Wimp, he didn't have the initiative. So it's because of this. Little Wimp nodded and said, Do you want to hear the good news or the bad news? Qin Feiyang was stunned. What did he mean? Little Wimp waved his hand impatiently and said, Answer me first. Then let's hear the good news first. Qin Feiyang hesitated and said. Little Wimp said, The good news is that I have control of the gate of the Divine Kingdom now. What? Qin Feiyang suddenly stood up. Previously, he told Long Qin that this Little Wimp might have figured out a way to control the gate of the Divine Kingdom, but he didn't expect that he had already controlled the gate of the Divine Kingdom now. This was really great news. Calm down, calm down. Little Wimp waved his hand and signaled Qin Feiyang to sit down. Qin Feiyang returned to the stone bench and asked excitedly, How did you do it? Simple. Using the origin energy of the Black Tortoise world, I destroyed it bit by bit until it was about to be destroyed. Then I finally compromised. Little Wimp grinned, as if he had just done something very easy. Destruction of both body and soul? Qin Feiyang was stunned and frowned. It really has intelligence? Little Wimp said. The gate of the Divine Kingdom is actually a divine weapon, but this divine weapon is a little high level. Divine weapon? What level? Qin Feiyang was bewildered. Little Wimp said, Pinnacle Sovereign Divine Weapon. Whoosh. Qin Feiyang suddenly stood up and said in astonishment, Are you sure? It's a Peak-grade Dominator Divine Weapon? You're making a fuss over nothing. Are you still a talent that I nurtured? Little Wimp's face was filled with disdain. What the hell? Am I a talent that you nurtured? You must be dreaming. Qin Feiyang's face darkened. How dare he say that? He really wanted Long Qin to see who was the thick-skinned one. If not for me, would you have obtained the Black Tortoise world? If it weren't for my guidance all these years, would you have allowed the Black Tortoise world to grow so quickly? Young man, you can't forget your roots. Forgetting your roots will lead to retribution. Little Wimp said meaningfully. Get lost. Qin Feiyang glared at him in annoyance and returned to the stone chair. If the door of the Divine Kingdom is really a Peak-grade Dominator divine weapon, why did it compromise with me so easily back in the Sky Cloud realm? Also, when we broke into the Divine Kingdom, if it was really a Peak-grade Dominator divine weapon, it wouldn't have been sealed by us so easily. You know how to ask questions. That means that you have some brains. Little Wimp nodded like an old man. Will you die if you don't pretend? Qin Feiyang's veins were bulging. He was clearly a Little Wimp who hadn't even grown hair yet he was pretending to be deep all day long. What did you say? Say it again. Let me tell you, if you continue to be so rude, I will return to the origin power now. See who will beg who? Little Wimp said angrily. Okay. Old senior, I was wrong. I apologize to you. Qin Feiyang was helpless to the extreme. What kind of sin did he commit in his previous life? Why did he always meet such trash? Call me Big Brother. Little Wimp pushed his luck and said with a cold face. Okay. Big Brother. Qin Feiyang nodded. He felt powerless in his heart. That's more like it. Little Wimp smiled proudly and explained. The gate of the Divine Kingdom is a bit special. Its hardness is comparable to a Peak-grade Dominator divine weapon, but it doesn't have any destructive power. It is purely a teleportation gate. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang came to a realization and said with a smile. No wonder back then in the Void Land, Senior Brother, White-Eyed Wolf, Long Qin, and Long Qin joined forces and still couldn't break the gate of the Divine Kingdom. According to the weapon spirit, When the gate of the Divine Kingdom was being refined, the ruler of the Divine Kingdom had been using the origin power to strengthen the gate of the Divine Kingdom as soon as possible. In other words, the reason why the gate of the Divine Kingdom is so hard is because of the constant tempering of the origin power. However, although it doesn't have any destructive power, it is difficult to suppress with just its hardness. Back then, in order to suppress it, I almost used up all the origin power of the Black Tortoise realm. Little Wimp said. Then now, will it listen to you obediently? Qin Feiyang was a little worried. The gate of the Divine Kingdom might betray them as soon as they return to the Sky Cloud realm. If the ruler of the Divine Kingdom is here, it's hard to say. But now, it doesn't have the guts. Little Wimp bared his teeth. Why do you say that? Qin Feiyang was curious. Because it has already made a blood oath. If the ruler of the Divine Kingdom is here, he can help it resist the blood oath. But now, the ruler of the Divine Kingdom is in hell. If it violates the oath, when the blood oath descends, it will only end up with its soul destroyed. Little Wimp said. That's good. Qin Feiyang nodded. This was really good news. Suddenly his expression froze and he asked, Then, can the gate of the Divine Kingdom teleport to other places? What places? Little Wimp looked at him suspiciously. For example, directly teleporting from the Divine Kingdom to Great Qin? Or the ancient world? Qin Feiyang said. No. The gate of the Divine Kingdom is a teleportation gate specially created by the ruler of the Divine Kingdom for the Sky Cloud realm and the Divine Kingdom. Little Wimp shook his head. Then it has no value. Only its hardness is comparable to a pinnacle sovereign divine weapon, but it is not a pinnacle sovereign divine weapon at all. No, it can't even be considered a sovereign divine weapon. Qin Feiyang immediately lost interest. Not stupid, you know how to think. Little Wimp chuckled. A row of black lines appeared on Qin Feiyang's forehead. He asked, Then, what is the bad news you mentioned? Bad news? Little Wimp wanted to say something but hesitated, looking extremely heavy. Qin Feiyang's heart also jumped to his throat. Could it be that the gate of the Divine Kingdom had revealed some earth-shattering news to Little Wimp? And this news was related to the ruler of the Divine Kingdom? Sigh! Suddenly, Little Wimp let out a long sigh, looked at Qin Feiyang, but suddenly grinned and said, The bad news is that there is no news. The bad news is that there is no news? What do you mean? Qin Feiyang didn't know how to react to this sudden turn of events. You are indeed a big fool. No news means that there is no bad news. You don't even understand this? Haha, what an idiot. Might as well call you big fool from now on. Little Wimp laughed out loud. No bad news? Qin Feiyang was stunned, and then glared at Little Wimp. At this time, he still had the mood to tease him. Didn't he know what the current situation was? He was simply a bastard. No. Using the word bastard to describe him was more appropriate. Little Wimp held back his laughter and said, Big fool, why are you asking about the gate of the Divine Kingdom? Qin Feiyang said angrily. Asking about the gate of the Divine Kingdom, of course, is to prepare to return to the Sky Cloud realm. You can't even think of this, and you still have the face to call me a big fool? Little Wimp's expression froze, and he said angrily, You're still arrogant, aren't you? Just you wait, I'll go destroy the gate of the Divine Kingdom right now. Let's see how you'll return to the Sky Cloud realm. Don't. Qin Feiyang hurriedly got up and pulled Little Wimp, and said with a bitter face, I'm convinced, okay? Please don't torment me anymore. Call me Big Brother. Little Wimp raised his eyebrows. Big Brother. Qin Feiyang had no dignity as he submitted to Little Wimp's obscene might. Are you a big fool? Little Wimp asked. You. Qin Feiyang was furious. What am I? Tell me. Little Wimp chuckled, the threat in his eyes undisguised. Okay, I am. Qin Feiyang endured the grievance in his stomach and nodded. That's a good boy. Little Wimp laughed out loud again, and flew towards the sky with great pride. What kind of ruler am I? Qin Feiyang was depressed to the extreme. He couldn't even freely enter and exit the land of origin, so what kind of ruler was he? Wasn't this a joke? Puff! At this time, not far away, there was a snicker. Qin Feiyang looked over and saw Long Qin standing under a tea tree. Her face was already red from holding back her anger. What are you laughing at? Qin Feiyang stared at him in dissatisfaction. As Long Qin walked over, he said, You're really sullen as a ruler. Who says so? Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. Clang! Before his voice faded, accompanied by a loud sound, a divine gate descended from the sky and landed above the tea garden. It was the gate of the divine kingdom. What's going on? This seems to be the aura of the gate of the divine kingdom. Could it be that it broke the seal and wants to leave the Black Tortoise realm? Whoosh! Everyone was familiar with the aura of the gate of the divine kingdom. Immediately, everyone woke up from their seclusion and rushed to the tea garden, their faces gloomy to the extreme. What's going on? Qin Feiyang and Long Qin looked at this scene in astonishment. Even Long Qin, as well as the white-eyed wolf and lunatic who were fooling around somewhere, ran back. Young master, are you okay? Qiner, are you okay? Everyone rushed over and immediately surrounded Qin Feiyang and Long Qin, their faces full of concern. I'm fine, what's wrong with you? Long Qin looked at Long Qin and the others suspiciously. Long Qin stared at the gate of the divine kingdom and said in a deep voice, Isn't this the gate of the divine kingdom? It was rare to see his face so solemn. Yes, this is the gate of the divine kingdom. But this gate of the divine kingdom has been controlled by that little brat, and can't pose a threat to us. Long Qin said. What? It has been controlled by that little brat. The group of people looked at Qin Feiyang and Long Qin in astonishment. Were they making a fuss over nothing? Qin Feiyang smiled and said, It has indeed been controlled by that little brat. Now I called it out to prepare to return to the Sky Cloud realm. Everyone looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They thought something big was going to happen. It turned out to be a false alarm. Return to the Sky Cloud realm? Dong Xingyang murmured and smiled. All right. But there was a hidden meaning in his words. Qin Feiyang was keenly aware of the abnormality, and turned to look at Dong Xingyang suspiciously. However, Dong Xingyang didn't explain anything. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, If you can, make a trip back to the Great Qin. After all, the war is coming. Don't leave any regrets. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled. Why did these words have a hidden meaning? Could it be that Dong Xingyang had seen his future? Would he really die in the divine kingdom in the end? When you return to the Great Qin, inform me. I also have concerns about the Forgotten Continent. Dong Xingyang still didn't explain anything. He looked at Qin Feiyang and smiled, then turned and left. Why is this guy a little strange today? The white-eyed wolf and the madman looked at Dong Xingyang suspiciously. It is a little strange. The demon ancestor, Mu Tianyang, and Mu Qing also nodded and muttered. End of chapter. Chapter 43-21. Qin Feiyang did not look for Dong Xingyang in private. Because even if he went to look for Dong Xingyang would only tell him that the secrets of heaven could not be revealed. Are we really going back to the Great Qin? The mermaid princess turned to look at Qin Feiyang with anticipation in her eyes. Let's go back and take a look. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. He did not believe that Dong Xingyang would say these words for no reason. Don't leave any regrets. This might be a hint. Hearing this, a trace of joy immediately appeared in the mermaid princess' eyes. She turned to look at Fire Dance and Zhui Shaoxian and said with a smile, Come with us. Sure. Zhui Shaoxian giggled. She had long been curious about the Great Qin. You're going to the Great Qin to join in the fun? If you want to go back, you'll go back to the ancient realm with me. The madman wrapped his arm around Zhui Shaoxian's slender waist and said with the attitude of a domineering CEO. Bah! I haven't married you yet. Zhui Shaoxian's cheeks turned red. We're just short of a wedding. The madman bared his teeth. What nonsense are you talking about? Shui Shaoxian grabbed the madman's arm and glared at him. How dare he say anything? Didn't he see that there were so many people present? Wait. We're just short of a wedding? What do you mean? The white-eyed wolf looked at the two of them suspiciously. Nothing. Shui Shaoxian hurriedly waved her hand. Explaining was equivalent to covering up. The white-eyed wolf looked at the two of them strangely and asked, Don't tell me you've already secretly consummated your marriage behind our backs? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. No. Shui Shaoxian hurriedly waved her hand. The madman said with a dark face, Damn wolf cub, I'm such a person. Don't ruin my reputation here. Ha, little madman. I didn't realize that you're the one who's the most boring and coquettish. The white-eyed wolf laughed loudly. Even with the madman's thick skin, his old face could not help but turn red. Could he be blamed for this? A man and a woman alone in the same room every day. As a hot-blooded man, how could he remain indifferent? There was bound to be a time when he couldn't control himself. The white-eyed wolf walked up to Fire Dance and bared his teeth. Sister Phoenix, shouldn't we hurry up as well? Move aside. Fire Dance's cheeks couldn't help but turn red as she glared at him angrily. Before you speak, can you pay attention to the situation first? Longqin's eyes dimmed as he watched the two flirt with each other. Qin Feiyang saw it all and smiled. Go do what you need to do. I still have some things to tell the monarch and the others. Everyone dispersed one after another. Only the madman, the white-eyed wolf, and Longqin remained. The madman glanced at Longqin and grinned. How did you come back? You think I want to come back? It was Qin Feiyang who personally invited me back. Longqin said proudly as he looked at Madman. Yo. You're really something to be personally invited by old Qin. The madman laughed strangely as he looked at the silent white-eyed wolf and joked. Brother Wolf, weren't you the one who made the most noise? Why aren't you saying anything now? You talk too much. The white-eyed wolf glared at him fiercely. Facing Longqin, who was standing opposite him, he seemed to be a little afraid to look at him. The madman laughed and looked at Qin Feiyang. Old Qin, the inner demons and Lu Jiajing definitely want to go back. Should we find a way to inform them? They're in the Central Dynasty. How can we inform them? Qin Feiyang shook his head. That's true. The origin energy isolates the Central Dynasty and the 4 great continents. What a headache. The madman nodded. Wait. We can go find that young man. Isn't his origin energy able to defeat the origin energy of the Divine Kingdom? The white-eyed wolf's eyes lit up. Where can we find him? Moreover, even if we find him, he may not do so. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while, and his eyes suddenly became extremely firm. He looked at the two and said, We must go to the Central Dynasty, but before we go, we must make the best arrangements. All right. The two nodded. Returning to the Sky Cloud Realm to train the people of the Sky Cloud Realm could be considered as preparing for a rainy day and cultivating a reserve army for the future. In the future, in the Divine Kingdom, if they couldn't defeat the Central Dynasty, at least they would have reinforcements. Unlike now, once they fell, everything would be over. Qin Feiyang took out the Divine Sound Transmission Stone. Buzz! Soon, a shadow appeared. It was the monarch. What's wrong? The monarch looked at them and chuckled. Qin Feiyang said truthfully, We're going back to the Sky Cloud Realm. Back to the Sky Cloud Realm? The monarch was slightly taken aback and hurriedly said, Why so sudden? Did something big happen in the Sky Cloud Realm? Not really. After leaving for so long, we just want to go back and take a look. On the way back to the Great Qin Empire to see our family. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. So that's how it is. The monarch nodded in realization. As long as nothing big happened, it was fine. But suddenly, the monarch's spirit shook as he stared at Qin Feiyang and asked, You just said that you want to go back to the Great Qin Empire? Qin Feiyang nodded. Go back to the Great Qin Empire. The monarch murmured and suddenly seemed to have made a decision. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Wait for me first. I'll go and explain to second brother, then I'll go with you to the great Qin Empire." "You're going too?" Qin Feiyang and the others were stunned. The monarch said angrily, "My precious daughter is imprisoned by you in the great Qin Empire. I must go and take a look." Cough, cough. How is this imprisonment? We are clearly protecting her." Qin Feiyang was speechless. "Come on. Anyway, I must go." "Wait for me," the monarch said with a dark face. "Wait a moment. If you go with us to the great Qin Empire, what if the people of the Central Dynasty come and can't find you? How are you going to explain it to them?" Qin Feiyang hurriedly asked. Why didn't he realize that the monarch was also a person who liked to join in the fun? "That's easy. When the time comes, just say that I'm in seclusion. I don't believe that they can turn the 4 great continents upside down. Anyway, if I don't see you when I get to the Void Land later, I will definitely settle the score with you." After saying that, the monarch was about to turn off the voice transmission stone. "Wait." Qin Feiyang hurriedly stopped the monarch and said, "Since you're going to the great Qin Empire, help me bring some divine wine while you're at it." "Divine wine?" The monarch was stunned. The white-eyed wolf rolled his eyes and bared his teeth. "Little Qin Zi, you're really good. You know that I like this kind of wine. Don't think too much. I prepared it for you." Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and looked at the monarch with a smile. "The more, the better." "Thank you? Okay." The monarch nodded and hurriedly turned off the voice transmission stone. "Little Qin Zi, I must have been blind to be your brother." The white-eyed wolf glared at Qin Feiyang angrily. "Haven't you drunk enough divine wine in the divine kingdom these days?" Qin Feiyang's face darkened. He ignored the white-eyed wolf and sent a message to the divine king and Jizun one after another to tell them about the matter. The two were surprised to hear that. However, when they heard Qin Feiyang say that he would be back soon, the two of them relaxed. They were afraid that Qin Feiyang would not come back. If that was the case, they would have to clean up the mess in the Divine Kingdom. They had no confidence in facing the Central Dynasty at all. After explaining everything, Qin Feiyang and the other 3 left the Black Tortoise Realm, opened the space-time tunnel, and entered the Void Land. The Void Land? Very few people had set foot in this place in the first place. After the battle between Qin Feiyang's group and the monarch's group, not even a shadow could be seen here. The 4 stood in the center of the Void Land and waited silently. "Are we really going to wait for him?" Long Qin frowned. "What else can we do?" Qin Feiyang said helplessly. "You have to know how much the creatures of the Sky Cloud Realm hate him. If we take him to the Sky Cloud Realm, it will be difficult to clean up the mess." Long Qin was worried. The situation was the same as in the Divine Kingdom. The creatures of the Sky Cloud Realm disliked the monarch as much as the creatures of the Divine Kingdom disliked the monarch. "I know. But now, we have formed an alliance. The grudge between the Sky Cloud Realm and the Divine Kingdom should be settled," Qin Feiyang said. "With the hatred the Sky Cloud Realm has for the Divine Kingdom, it won't be easy to resolve this grudge. I'm afraid it will be difficult for the Blood Ancestor, Feather Emperor, and the Little Rabbit to pass this hurdle. Especially the Little Rabbit, the beast god of the Sky Cloud Realm. Back then, it died in the hands of the monarch. Although you are sworn brothers now, I'm afraid it will fall out with you on the spot." As soon as Long Qin said this, Qin Feiyang, the man, and the white-eyed wolf couldn't help but frown. It was indeed so. If they went back and told the Feather Emperor and the others about this, it might be counterproductive. How about this? Let the monarch stay in the Black Tortoise Realm first. Don't let him show up in the Sky Cloud Realm. As for personal grudges, let's wait until the Central Dynasty is overthrown and the ruler of the Divine Kingdom is eradicated. The madman suggested. "I agree. At this time, let's not complicate things." The white-eyed wolf nodded. "That's the only way." Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead. It would be very difficult for the people of the Divine Kingdom to accept them. But it would be equally difficult for the people of the Sky Cloud realm to accept the monarch and the others. This was the result of the grudges of the past. The grudges had accumulated too deep. It would take a long time to wipe them all out. After a while, a figure tore through the air like lightning. Who else could it be but the monarch? At least you know your place. The monarch landed in front of the four and chuckled. He was really afraid that Qin Feiyang and the others would ignore him and directly return to the Sky Cloud realm. You want to go to Great Qin so much? The madman was suspicious. My precious daughter is in Great Qin. What do you think? The monarch stared at him. Since the first invasion of the Sky Cloud realm, he had been separated from Ji Tianwei. He didn't know how many years had passed, but he missed her day and night. Now that he could finally go to Great Qin and see the daughter he missed so much, how could he miss this opportunity? You can go. But you can't appear in the Sky Cloud realm, Qin Feiyang said. Why? The monarch frowned. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Aren't you asking the obvious? With the hatred of the Sky Cloud realm for you, if they see you appear in the Sky Cloud realm again, won't they immediately swarm you? Just them? There was a trace of disdain on the monarch's face. Yes. With their strength, you are definitely not afraid. But you have to consider our situation. You are the enemy of the Sky Cloud realm. When they see us standing together with your enemy, won't they drown us with their saliva? Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. This? The monarch frowned, pondered for a moment, and nodded. All right, I'll give you brats some face. He really disdained this kind of sneaky behavior. Moreover, with his status and strength, it was a shame to do such a thing. However, for the sake of the overall situation, in order to see his daughter, he chose to endure. End of this chapter. Chapter 43-22. Then I'll have to trouble you to have some tea in the tea garden. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and sent the monarch to the Devil's Land. Then, he took out the gate of the Divine Kingdom. Clang! With a loud sound, the gate of the Divine Kingdom flashed and opened quickly, connecting to the gate of the Divine Kingdom in the Sky Cloud realm. Land of the Buried Gods. The core area. Two young men sat cross-legged on a mountain peak. On the mountain peak, there was the aura of a time array. The aura of the two was not weak. They were Yun Xiang and the Master Jura. As usual, the Master Jura wore a black mask on his face and exuded a cold aura. All these years, the two had been guarding the land of the buried gods, just in case. Because in their eyes, the Divine Kingdom was still their great enemy, and could come to the Sky Cloud realm again at any time. Clang! Suddenly, a deafening sound rang out. The two suddenly opened their eyes and looked up at the gate of the Divine Kingdom. Their eyes flashed coldly. The Divine Kingdom really came again. Could it be that the Sky Cloud realm that had finally calmed down was going to fall into war again? Their hearts were extremely nervous. Without Qin Feiyang and the others, how could the Sky Cloud realm face the army of the Divine Kingdom? Time passed little by little. Under their nervous gazes, 4 figures came out of the gate of the Divine Kingdom one after another. Yun Xiang and the Master Jura were stunned. These 4 people, weren't they Qin Feiyang, the madman, the white-eyed wolf, and Long Qin? The two looked at each other in disbelief. They rubbed their eyes hard and looked up again. The 4 people standing in the sky looked the same. It was really them. Over the years, not only Yun Xiang and the Master Jura, but even the Feather Emperor and the others thought that Qin Feiyang and the others broke into the Divine Kingdom, purely to seek their own deaths. So, they had been worried. But they didn't expect that these people not only came back alive, but they were also full of energy. Obviously, their days in the Divine Kingdom were pretty good. From the looks of it, you don't seem too happy to see us come back alive? Qin Feiyang and the other 3 took a step forward and landed on the mountain peak. The white-eyed wolf looked at Yun Xiang and the Master Jura and grinned. No, no! The 2 of them regained their senses and hurriedly waved their hands. All these years, they had been waiting for this moment. How could he not be happy? How have you been all these years? Looking at these two comrades who had gone through fire and water together, Qin Feiyang also showed a sincere smile on his face. Yes. We're all fine. Yun Xiang nodded and asked happily. What about you guys? Is everything going well in the Divine Kingdom? It's all right. Qin Feiyang smiled. He didn't elaborate. This was because it was best not to speak of the Death God Army's situation to prevent unnecessary panic. That's good. No matter what, it's fine as long as I come back alive. Welcome! Yun Xiang opened his arms and gave Qin Feiyang a bear hug. He was even crying tears of joy. You've worked hard. Qin Feiyang patted Yun Xiang's back. Yun Xiang and the Master Jura looked at each other and shook their heads. What's there to work hard for? At most, we're guarding the land of buried gods. That's right. But you guys are different. You broke into the Divine Kingdom alone and personally faced the countless strong people of the Divine Kingdom. Although you said it casually before, Junior Brother and I are not stupid. We can imagine how you guys have survived all these years, the Master Jura said. His eyes were also a little wet. Qin Feiyang and the other three looked at each other. It was really a happy thing to be able to come back alive and see these old friends. However, you guys are really something. Sneaking into the Divine Kingdom without even saying a word. When we reacted and prepared to go to the Divine Kingdom, we found that the door to the Divine Kingdom had already closed. Yun Xiang stared at them angrily. Don't you guys need to guard the Sky Cloud Realm? If we all go to the Divine Kingdom, who will stabilize the order of the Sky Cloud Realm? Qin Feiyang laughed. Come on, I think you guys are afraid that we will drag you down. Yun Xiang pursed his lips. Ha ha, it's good that you know. Why say it out loud and bring shame to yourself? The white-eyed wolf laughed. You! Yun Xiang glared at the white-eyed wolf and said helplessly. After so many years, you still haven't changed at all. Are you still Brother Wolf after changing? The white-eyed wolf bared his teeth. That's true. Yun Xiang was stunned and nodded with a helpless smile. Then he looked at the four of them and said, Anyway, as long as you don't make us go to the Divine Kingdom to collect your corpses, it's better than anything. Don't jinx it. Let me tell you, we are doing well in the Divine Kingdom. You won't believe it, but the Divine Kingdom is about to be wiped out by us. The white-eyed wolf smiled proudly. Really? Yun Xiang and the Master Jura were surprised. How can it be fake? This time, we came back to give ourselves a holiday, understand? The white-eyed wolf looked at the two of them proudly. A vacation? The two of them looked at each other. You must be kidding. Qin Feiyang and the other's strength and means were indeed very strong, but they were not strong to such an extent. One had to know. Back then, the monarch, Heavenly Lord Ji, the Divine King, and the supreme of the human race came to the Sky Cloud Realm. If it weren't for the appearance of the small beast and the ice dragon, the Sky Cloud Realm would have been finished. Even now, when they recalled the terrifying strength that the monarch and the others showed back then, they couldn't help but be frightened. Especially the ruler of the Divine Kingdom. He was simply an invincible existence. The white-eyed wolf's words are indeed a bit exaggerated. However, the situation in the Divine Kingdom is indeed not as serious as you think. It is basically under control. Qin Feiyang looked at the two of them and smiled. Impressive. The two of them gave him a thumbs up. Since even Qin Feiyang said so, it must be true. Let's go, let's go! Let's go to Sky Cloud Island now. Feather Emperor, Shui Zhu, and Little Rabbit will be happier than us when they hear the news of your return. Because they are the ones who are most worried about you all these years. Yun Xiang said with a smile. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but think of Shui Zhu, Feather Emperor, and Little Rabbit. Thinking of their upcoming reunion, he was still a little excited. Wait a moment. The white-eyed wolf looked up at the gate of the Divine Kingdom and frowned. Although the gate of the Divine Kingdom in the Divine Kingdom has already made a blood oath, the gate of the Divine Kingdom in the Sky Cloud Realm is considered an independent existence. Will it be bound by the blood oath? Qin Feiyang said. Although there are two gates of the Divine Kingdom, Their consciousness is not independent. As long as you control one, you can control both. You mean, as long as the wrath of heaven descends, the two gates of the divine kingdom won't be able to escape? The white-eyed wolf asked. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. That's good. Don't let the gate of the divine kingdom here cause any trouble. The white-eyed wolf breathed a sigh of relief. What do you mean? Control the gate of the divine kingdom? Yun Xiang and the Master Jura looked at the four of them in surprise. This was truly a shocking revelation. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, It's a long story. We'll talk about it when we see Shui Zhu and the others. Okay. The two nodded. Long Qin said, You guys go. I'll go back to the dragon nest. Qin Feiyang was slightly surprised. He turned to Long Qin and nodded with a smile. Okay, call your brother out too. With a wave of his hand, Long Qin appeared. Long Qin looked around and then at the gate of the divine kingdom. He looked at Yun Xiang and the Master Jura and cupped his hands and smiled. Long time no see, both of you. How have you been? Yun Xiang smiled and said, Brother Long is getting more and more energetic. It seems that you've had a good time in the sky cloud realm. It's okay. Now I'm anxious to go home. We'll catch up later. Long Qin said. Okay. The two nodded. The brother and sister opened a space-time passage and quickly left. The brother and sister's attitude towards us seems to be different from before. Especially Long Qin. The change is the biggest. Yun Xiang looked at the brother and sister's back and muttered. People change. Qin Feiyang smiled and opened a space-time passage. The Master Jura looked at them and said, You guys go. I still have to keep an eye on the gate of the divine kingdom. No need. The white-eyed wolf waved his hand. No. Just in case, it's best to keep an eye on it. The Master Jura shook his head. Why are you so stubborn? The white-eyed wolf said helplessly. Just keep an eye on it. Qin Feiyang smiled and looked at the Master Jura. Then I'll have to trouble you. No problem. The Master Jura waved his hand. Then let's go. The four stepped into the space-time passage one after another. The Master Jura looked at the backs of Qin Feiyang, the Man-Man, and the white-eyed wolf and muttered. Although they are restraining their aura, I can still feel a particularly strong sense of crisis. It seems that these three guys have improved a lot in the Divine Kingdom over the years. Sky Cloud Island. It was located in the center of the Sky Cloud Sea. It was also the center of the entire Sky Cloud realm. This was the holy land of the Sky Cloud realm. Especially now, because of the existence of the heavenly cloud divine treasure, the creatures of the Sky Cloud realm yearned for this place even more. But there was no other way. No matter how much they yearned for it, they could only stare. Because only when the heavenly cloud divine treasure was opened, the little rabbit would allow everyone to come here. If they dared to come here, they would never be merciful. At this time, at the top of the mountain, in the pavilion by the cliff, the Feather Emperor, the little rabbit, and the Blood Ancestor were sitting around the table. The little rabbit was holding a wine jar and leaning on the stool like a master. The Blood Ancestor and the Feather Emperor were drinking tea. Their days were quite comfortable. Hey! Suddenly, the little rabbit shook the wine jar in his hand and said angrily, Why can't I drink it? It's gone after a few sips. The Blood Ancestor's face was dark and speechless. You drink every day. No matter how much peerless divine wine I prepare for you, it won't be enough for you. What does a damn old man like you know? For someone like Uncle Rabbit, if I don't drink for a day, my heart will feel uncomfortable. The little rabbit stared at him and looked at the sky powerlessly. When will Old Three come back? I really miss him. Bastard, you miss his divine wine. The Feather Emperor shook his head and laughed. Why are you so talkative? No one will think you're mute if you don't talk. The little rabbit suddenly frowned. All these years, he had been drinking divine wine, and his appetite had long been developed. Now, when ordinary wine was placed in front of him, he didn't have the slightest appetite. End of this chapter. Chapter 43-23. Buzz. Suddenly, in the sky above the sea, a space-time passage appeared. The little rabbit looked up and frowned. Who dares to barge into Sky Cloud Island without permission? The Feather Emperor and the Blood Ancestor also put down their teacups and looked up suspiciously. A figure appeared first. It was Yunxiang. So it's this kid. The Feather Emperor and the Blood Ancestor smiled at each other. But then, the smiles on their faces froze and they stared at the gate of the Divine Kingdom. After Yunxiang, 3 more figures walked out of the space-time passage. The little rabbit suddenly stood up and the wine jar in her hand fell and shattered into pieces. But even so, the Feather Emperor and the Blood Ancestor didn't seem to have heard it. Their eyes were fixed on the 3 people behind Yunxiang. They're still so familiar. The space-time passage gradually disappeared. Qin Feiyang and the other 2 stood in the sky and scanned the surrounding sea and islands. After so many years, everything here was still the same as before. Not much had changed. Returning to this place felt like returning to his own home. Second brother, third brother, Uncle Rabbit isn't dreaming, right? Is it really you guys? Suddenly, the little rabbit roared and rushed over excitedly. Big brother. Qin Feiyang and Man looked up, and a smile crept onto their faces. It really is you too. I really missed you. The little rabbit ran over and excitedly jumped around on Qin Feiyang and Man's heads. In just a short while, the top of their heads became a messy chicken nest. Big brother, you're too enthusiastic. We can't stand it. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. Do you really think he misses you? He's missing your divine brew because the divine brew you gave him back then is almost finished. The Feather Emperor and the Blood Ancestor walked over side by side. Their eyes were filled with tears. After countless days and nights of waiting, these brats had finally returned. Moreover, they had returned unscathed. Big brother, stop messing around. Qin Feiyang grabbed the little rabbit and threw it to the side. Then, he hurriedly walked in front of Feather Emperor and Blood Ancestor. Looking at these 2 familiar faces, he felt extremely guilty. I've made you worry all these years. You knew we would be worried? I know. Why didn't you tell us when you left? Feather Emperor said angrily with a cold face. Qin Feiyang smiled embarrassedly. You need to be taught a lesson. The Feather Emperor gently patted Qin Feiyang's head. Although he looked very angry, his eyebrows were full of concern and joy. Qin Feiyang rubbed his head and laughed dryly. What else could he say? Not to mention a light pat, even if he was beaten up fiercely, he could only endure it because the person in front of him was his ancestor. It's good that you're back. The Blood Ancestor nodded. He looked behind him and frowned. Where is Li Feng? And what about Tianyu? Long Tianyu was the Blood Ancestor's biological child. Li Feng was also a disciple of the Blood Ancestor. He was naturally very concerned. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly and was about to speak. The white-eyed wolf suddenly pushed Qin Feiyang away and looked at the Blood Ancestor with a sad expression. We originally discussed that we should hide this matter from you, but I thought about it carefully. One of them is your child, and the other is your disciple. I feel that you have the right to know. Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist looked at each other. What was this damn wolf up to? However, the Blood Ancestor, the Feather Emperor, and Yunxiang looked at the white-eyed wolf and couldn't help but feel their hearts sink. Li Feng and Long Tianyu. No, he is your child. He should be called Nangong Tianyu. The 2 of them have already died in battle in the Divine Kingdom. The white-eyed wolf said with a sad expression. What? The Blood Ancestor's body swayed, and he couldn't help but feel dizzy. The Feather Emperor hurriedly reached out to support the Blood Ancestor. Yunxiang's expression also changed, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. Little Rabbit couldn't help but frown. I'm sorry. It's all because we didn't take good care of them. We couldn't even bring back a piece of their body. The white-eyed wolf lowered his head with a face full of self-blame. Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist's lips twitched violently. This was indeed a wicked thing. They finally reunited, But he made such a big joke. My condolences. But don't worry, we have already cut the people who killed them into pieces and scattered their ashes. It's just that no one will take care of you in the future. But don't be afraid. As Li Feng's brothers, little Qin Zi and I will definitely take good care of you. We won't let you die alone. We're also planning to find you a partner. With someone to talk to, you won't be so lonely. The white-eyed wolf's words made the blood ancestor's face turn pale. He didn't even have time to reunite with Nangong Tianyu, and he was already separated by life and death? He could be considered as having a son at an old age. But now, he was an old man who had to send off his own son. Why? He roared at the sky, his heart and lungs torn. F***ck, this joke seems to have gone too far. The white-eyed wolf's pupils constricted. He coughed dryly and said, Little Qin Zi, little lunatic, you two comfort me. I'm going to see my old friends. After saying that, he opened a space-time tunnel and slipped away without looking back. Qin Feiyang and the mad scientist's lips twitched. He left after causing such a big mess and left them to deal with the aftermath? Was this something a human could do? Cough, cough. Ancestor, please wait. The white-eyed wolf was just joking with you. Li Feng and Tianyu are both in seclusion in the Black Tortoise world. They're still alive, Qin Feiyang said. Huh! The Feather Emperor, Bunny, and Yun Xiang raised their heads and looked at Qin Feiyang. The blood ancestor was also stunned. Then, he hurriedly looked at Qin Feiyang as if he was grasping at a life-saving straw. It's true. I'll get them to come out later. Qin Feiyang smiled. Is it really a joke? The Feather Emperor asked. Yes. It's not like you don't know the white-eyed wolf's personality. How many words from his mouth can be true? Qin Feiyang was helpless. Wolf cub, you bastard! The blood ancestor was instantly furious, but he couldn't find the white-eyed wolf anywhere. He said angrily, Where is he? Previously, he was in a state of extreme sadness, so he didn't know that the white-eyed wolf had escaped. He knew that you would be angry, so he found an excuse to run away. Qin Feiyang rubbed his forehead, feeling weak both physically and mentally. Bastard! He can run away, but he can't run away! The blood ancestor was extremely angry. The moment he returned, he played such a huge joke on him and almost lost half his life. The Feather Emperor, the little rabbit, and Yun Xiang looked at each other and couldn't help but shake their heads and smile bitterly. As expected, it was still that bastard who scared people to death. All right. Let's go over and sit down. The Feather Emperor patted the blood ancestor's back and turned to walk toward the pavilion. If you have the ability, don't come to Sky Cloud Island for the rest of your life. The blood ancestor stared into the distance and snorted. Then, he returned to the pavilion and immediately picked up a teacup to drink tea to calm himself down. The Feather Emperor poured tea and asked with a smile, Did you guys just come back? Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and said with a smile, I came to visit you and the Patriarch as soon as I came back. I'm considered filial. The Feather Emperor shook his head and sighed. These years, we've been worried every day. But fortunately, you guys have returned safely. The blood ancestor drank the tea and felt much better. He looked at Qin Feiyang and the madman and asked, Are there any injuries? Don't worry. No. The number of people who went back is the same as the number of people who came back. Long Qin and Long Chen have also returned to the dragon nest. Not only that, I also brought back a gift for Big Brother. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. What gift? The little rabbit's eyes lit up. Qin Feiyang secretly sent a voice transmission to the king and took out the divine wine that he had prepared. When he took it out, Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. It turned out to be 2 interspatial rings. In other words, the king gave him 2 interspatial rings of divine wine. Even if he drank it continuously, it would be enough to last him a few hundred years. Seeing the 2 interspatial rings, the little rabbit couldn't wait to grab them and check them carefully. Damn! Immediately, he was stunned. Qin Feiyang said with a smile. They're all divine wine, and some of them might be of a higher level than the unparalleled divine wine. Are you satisfied with this gift? Yes, yes, very satisfied. The little rabbit laughed loudly. For the blood ancestor and the feather emperor, it might not be valuable. But for the little rabbit, it was definitely a treasure. Sure enough, you know me well. After saying that, the little rabbit immediately took out a jar of divine wine and tasted it eagerly. You still gave him so much wine? Sooner or later, he will drink himself to death. The feather emperor was speechless. Shut up. It has nothing to do with you. The little rabbit glared at him fiercely, then turned to look at Qin Feiyang and said with a smile, You're not bad, kid. You have to work harder in the future. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Drink. I'll let you drink to your heart's content first. I'll settle accounts with you later. Lin Yi deliberately hid such a big thing from him. Thinking of this, he was angry. The Feather Emperor asked, What have you experienced in the Divine Kingdom over the years? Nothing much. Anyway, it's just some fighting and killing. Qin Feiyang only said a few words. The reason why he didn't go into detail was that he didn't want the Blood Ancestor, the Feather Emperor, and the little rabbit to worry. The little rabbit and the Feather Emperor had worked hard for the Sky Cloud Realm for so many years. They should enjoy life. Kid, if you don't want to tell us, just tell us. The Feather Emperor shook his head helplessly and said with a smile, But it's fine. You are no longer the little brats of the past. You already have the ability to take charge. Now your prestige in the Sky Cloud Realm is even higher than us old guys. Instead of worrying about this, it's better to live out your remaining years peacefully so as not to cause trouble for you. You can't say that. You should live out your remaining years peacefully, but you will never cause trouble for us. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. Okay. We won't ask more about the Divine Kingdom. I just want to ask. Is it over now? The Feather Emperor asked with some expectations. No. Qin Feiyang shook his head. The Feather Emperor was slightly taken aback. The expectation on his face turned into disappointment. He nodded and said, Understood. It means that you will go to the Divine Kingdom again and continue to fight. This will also be the last battle. Qin Feiyang smiled. His tone was relaxed and his expression was calm. However, the Feather Emperor, the Little Rabbit, the Blood Ancestor, and Yun Xiang had already realized the danger of this last battle. The last battle was about to break out, but Qin Feiyang and the others all returned to the Sky Cloud Realm at this time. What did this mean? It meant Qin Feiyang and the others had no confidence in this last battle. Therefore, they came back to take a look before the battle, lest there would be no chance in the future. Chapter 43-24. Seeing the heavy atmosphere, the maniac turned to Qin Feiyang and said, Why don't you all chat? Sienna and I will head to the western continent. Sure. Qin Feiyang nodded. He waved his hand and summoned Zhui Shaoxian. Sienna greets the three seniors. Zhui Shaoxian greeted the Emperor of Feather, the Blood Progenitor, and the Little Rabbit. The Emperor of Feather nodded and said with a smile, The little girl is getting prettier. Maniac, you should cherish her. Otherwise, many people will try to steal her from you. The maniac wrapped his arm around Zhui Shaoxian's waist and said proudly, Who dares to steal my woman? Can't you be more reserved? Zhui Shaoxian glared at the maniac. Her face blushed as the Emperor of Feather and the others stared at her. What the hell is being reserved? Is it edible? The maniac clenched his teeth. Zhui Shaoxian was speechless. Why did she fall in love with this asshole in the first place? Why are you wasting your time with them? Let's head to the western continent. Your old man will be shocked if he sees you coming back. The maniac smirked. He's my father, not some old man. Zhui Shaoxian was furious. Even though it was still too early for him to address the other party as father-in-law, out of etiquette and respect, he should at least address him as uncle or uncle. I know. My future father-in-law. Don't worry, I'll behave myself in front of him. The maniac opened a space-time tunnel and comforted Zhuo Xian as he walked toward it. The Emperor of Feather and the blood progenitors shook their heads. "What's wrong?" Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. The Emperor of Feather shook his head and said, "The Blood Demon Emperor is so obedient to a little girl. It's hilarious." Qin Feiyang was slightly startled, before he burst out laughing too. Indeed. What kind of person was the Blood Demon Emperor? He was on par with the Emperor of Feather, the Blood Progenitor, the Beast God, the Little Rabbit, the Dragon King, Feng Ho, and the Qilin. How awe-inspiring and domineering was that? Not to mention his previous life, just a lunatic in this life was not someone that an ordinary woman could control. But now, in front of Zhuo Xian, the lunatic seemed to have taken some kind of drug. It was undeniable that Zhuo Xian was indeed good-looking, sweet and pure. But there were many women in this world who were prettier than Zhuo Xian. However, the lunatic's behavior was obvious to all. No matter how beautiful a woman was, he wouldn't take a second look at her. Yet, he was deeply in love with Zhuo Xian. For example, Jiang Yinshuang and Jiang Zishan, were these women bad? Not bad at all. They were all devastatingly beautiful women. But Lunatic didn't feel anything at all. What else could he say? One could only say that this was the destiny of the Man and Zhuo Xian. The blood ancestor smiled and asked, "How strong are you now? Our strength?" Qin Feiyang was slightly stunned. He waved his hand and said, "It's better not to say it, so as not to hurt you. Brat, you're really arrogant." The little rabbit's eyebrows jumped. She grabbed the wine pot and ran to the sky above the sea, provoking, "Come, let's spar." "Are you sure?" Qin Feiyang looked at the little rabbit with a faint smile. The little rabbit looked at Qin Feiyang's eyes and actually felt a little flustered. She coughed dryly and said, "Don't activate the will of the heavenly Tao and the laws of life and death." "All right." Qin Feiyang nodded. He didn't get up. With a wave of his hand, the ultimate profundities of the six supreme laws instantly appeared and attacked the little rabbit. "What?" Yunxiang, the Feather Emperor, and the Blood Ancestor were stunned. The laws of death, the laws of life, the laws of destruction, the laws of space-time, the laws of time, the laws of karma. He had actually comprehended so many ultimate profound meanings? The little rabbit was also dumbstruck as she stared at the six ultimate profound meanings. This was ridiculous. If the laws of life and death were included, wouldn't that mean that this fellow had already grasped 7 ultimate profundities? Stop. When she came back to her senses, the little rabbit hurriedly waved her hand. However, Qin Feiyang turned a deaf ear to him. His eyes were full of ridicule. "Can I admit defeat?" the little rabbit roared. Seeing that Qin Feiyang had no intention of stopping, the little rabbit was about to cry. It was really unlucky to encounter such a monster. Boom! With a loud bang, the little rabbit screamed on the spot. Her body was dripping with blood as she fell into the sea below. She was in an extremely sorry state. This was still Qin Feiyang showing mercy. Otherwise, the little rabbit would have been smashed to pieces. When they first came to the Sky Cloud realm, the little rabbit's strength was indeed something that Qin Feiyang could only look up to. However, it was different now. Their identities had been swapped. Even if the little rabbit used all her skills, it would be difficult for her to block Qin Feiyang's move. Splash! Along with a wave, the little rabbit rushed out, dripping wet. She glared at Qin Feiyang and said, "Brat, you must have done it on purpose." "Yes. I did it on purpose." Qin Feiyang nodded. "You heartless bastard. Have you forgotten how Uncle Rabbit took care of you before?" The little rabbit was burning with anger. It was worse than a white-eyed wolf. A white-eyed wolf. "Stop it." Qin Feiyang's face turned black and said angrily, "Let me ask you, where is Linny now?" "Huh?" When the little rabbit heard this, she suddenly panicked. When Feather Emperor and Blood Ancestor heard this question, they couldn't help but look at the little rabbit with gloating eyes. They already knew about Linny's incident on Sky Cloud Island when Linny was crossing her tribulation. They had already advised the little rabbit that it was best to tell Qin Feiyang as soon as possible, lest Qin Feiyang find out by himself. It would be difficult to end the matter by then. But the little rabbit just didn't believe it. She thought that Qin Feiyang couldn't find out. Say it, Qin Feiyang urged. How would I know? You go and ask her yourself. The little rabbit snorted coldly. Still pretending? Qin Feiyang looked at her coldly. The little rabbit was very guilty. Does this guy already know that Linny was hidden by me? But it doesn't make sense. No one told me. How could I know? Wait. Did Feather Emperor and Blood Ancestor tell this kid? The little rabbit immediately glared at Feather Emperor and Blood Ancestor. Feather Emperor and Blood Ancestor were helpless. Are they such talkative people? Don't look at them. They didn't say it. Qin Feiyang's face turned black. If it weren't for Mu Qing's investigation, he would still be in the dark. Then how do you know? The little rabbit was stunned. Admit it! Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes. Ha! The little rabbit laughed dryly, returned to the pavilion, and took out a jar of divine wine again. Yunxiang glanced at Qin Feiyang, looked at the little rabbit, and asked, Is Linny really here? Ahem! The little rabbit coughed and nodded. Yes, she has been cultivating in the cave house below. Yunxiang was stunned and said with a wry smile, You are really something. You actually hid it from us for so many years. You are too stupid. Do you understand? The little rabbit despised, then looked at Qin Feiyang and said, How did you know? Qin Feiyang rolled his eyes and said, Mu Qing found it with Omniscient Eye. What? Omniscient Eye found it? The little rabbit and the others looked at each other. Mu Qing's Omniscient Eye hasn't evolved yet, right? How could she find Linny's whereabouts? Could it be? Yes. Mu Qing's Omniscient Eye has evolved. Not only Mu Qing, but Mu Tianyan, Demon Ancestor, and Dong Jingyang's Battle Souls have also evolved. Qin Feiyang nodded. So, their old enemy is really in the Divine Kingdom? Feather Emperor frowned. Not only that, but we have also found the old enemy of Yi and Ancestor Lu Jingyang, Qin Feiyang said. This is a good thing. Feather Emperor and Blood Ancestor were very excited. The evolution of these strongest battle souls was the safest guarantee for the Sky Cloud realm. Because each strongest battle soul had the power to defy the heavens. It was no wonder that Qin Feiyang and the others could return safely from the Divine Kingdom. Then, how did you achieve these ultimate profound truths of the strongest laws? Yunxiang was curious. He had a deep understanding of the difficulty of the ultimate profound truths of the strongest laws. Over the years, he had been comprehending them. And there was also the time array. But now, he hadn't even comprehended one, but Qin Feiyang had already comprehended so many. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, This is the main reason why I came back. Huh! The four's faces were full of doubts. Could it be that the ultimate profound truths of the strongest laws were a shortcut? There was indeed a shortcut, and they also knew that it was to integrate the inheritance. But in this world, how could there be so many ultimate profound truths of the strongest laws? Even the Sky Bell Divine Treasure was rare. Qin Feiyang transmitted his voice. Fire Lotus, leave 3,000 ultimate profound truths inheritance, and give the rest to me. Also, give me 1/3 of the ordinary profound truths inheritance. Okay. However, this will take some time. Fire Lotus's voice sounded. It's okay. A day outside is 1,000 years inside. It won't take long. Qin Feiyang smiled secretly. Fire Lotus immediately called Pei Dason and Pei Hongyu to get busy. Don't keep us in suspense. Tell us quickly, Little Rabbit urged. What's the hurry? Qin Feiyang glared at her and said, Let Linny come out first. Little Rabbit smiled embarrassedly and looked at Yunxiang. Hurry up and call this girl out. Now you know how to order me around. Don't you usually not let me in? Yunxiang pursed his lips. I dare you to say another word of nonsense. Little Rabbit glared fiercely. Yun Xiang shrank his neck and immediately got up and rushed down the mountain. Qin Feiyang dared to challenge Little Rabbit, but he didn't have such courage. If Little Rabbit wanted to deal with him, there were at least 800 ways to do so. In the future, he wouldn't be able to live a peaceful life in the sky cloud realm. Swish! Not long after, two figures rushed out from the mountain. Qin Feiyang looked up, and a smile suddenly climbed on his face. Next to Yun Xiang was a woman in her 20s. She was exquisite and slender. Her black hair was like a waterfall. She wore a white dress that didn't attract any dust. She looked like a fairy. That's right. It was Lin Yi, who he had not seen for a long time. Brother Feiyang? When Lin Yi saw Qin Feiyang, she couldn't help but look stunned. Didn't Brother Feiyang go to the Divine Kingdom? How did he appear in the sky cloud realm? Oh no! I have been hiding it from Brother Feiyang all these years. He must be very angry. At this moment, she was panicking. She didn't even dare to enter the pavilion. How could Qin Feiyang not know what Lin Yi was thinking at this moment? He said with a straight face. What are you doing outside? Do you want me to invite you in? Chapter 43-25. It's over. Brother Feiyang is really angry. Lin Yi lowered her head, clenched her sleeves, and entered the pavilion nervously. Qin Feiyang got up and walked to Lin Yi with heavy steps. Brother Feiyang, Lin Yi didn't dare to look up, because she had already felt Qin Feiyang's anger. But suddenly, a warm hand patted her head. You silly girl, do you know how worried I have been about you all these years? If Mu Qing hadn't found your whereabouts, I'm afraid I would have thought that something bad had happened to you until now. Following that, a heartwarming sentence reached her ears. Brother Feiyang. Lin Yi looked up at Qin Feiyang, but in Qin Feiyang's eyes she saw only concern for her. She felt guilty and said, I'm sorry, silly girl, what are you apologizing for? As long as you are fine. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly and rubbed Lin Yi's head gently. His eyes were full of doting. Then, he took Lin Yi to the stone table and sat down. Sure enough, their relationship is deep. Feather Emperor and Blood Ancestor looked at each other and smiled. How is it? Over the years, did my brother make you suffer? Don't be afraid of him. I am here. If he dares to make you suffer, I will torture him, Qin Feiyang said. Heartless. The little rabbit grumbled discontentedly. Over the years, he had trained Lin Yi as a personal disciple. Whenever there was something good, the first thing he thought of was Lin Yi. No. He is very good to me and takes good care of me. Lin Yi shook her head. Qin Feiyang smiled and asked, Then your memory. Before Qin Feiyang spoke, Lin Yi smiled and said, It doesn't matter anymore. Qin Feiyang was taken aback. He looked at Lin Yi for a moment and nodded. Yes, the past is not important. As long as we live well now, it's fine. In fact, he would rather Lin Yi not recover her previous memory. Because the previous memory, whether it was for Lin Yi or him, was a shackle. Wouldn't it be better to be like this? There were no superfluous elements. It was a pure sibling relationship. Qin Dage is ready. There are about 6,500 inheritances. At this moment, Fire Lotus's voice rang in Qin Feiyang's mind. So many? Qin Feiyang was slightly surprised and asked, Did you leave 3,000 copies? Yes. Fire Lotus replied. 3,000 and 6,500? Qin Feiyang was a little surprised. Initially, he had thought that there would at most be a little more than 9,000 servings. However, there were 500 more servings now. One should know that each inheritance contains 6 ultimate profound meanings. 500 ultimate profound meanings meant that there were 3,000 ultimate profound meanings. Even the Sky Bell Divine Treasure wouldn't be able to find so many inheritances of 3,000 ultimate profundities even if they searched every corner. For the Sky Cloud Realm, it was an astronomical figure. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and an interspatial ring appeared. Immediately, Feather Emperor, Blood Ancestor, Little Rabbit, Yun Xiang, and Lin Yi couldn't help but look at the interspatial ring. Their faces were full of suspicion. "This is the gift I have prepared for the Sky Cloud Realm." Qin Feiyang smiled and handed the interspatial ring to Feather Emperor. Feather Emperor took the interspatial ring and looked down. His face suddenly froze. "What is it? Why are you so surprised?" Blood Ancestor and Little Rabbit frowned. "Take a look for yourselves." Feather Emperor took a deep breath, calmed down the shock in his heart, and handed the interspatial ring to the two. After the two checked it one after another, they were also stunned. The reaction of the three made Lin Yi and Yun Xiang even more surprised. What amazing treasures are in the interspatial ring? "Take a look." Blood Ancestor and Little Rabbit also calmed down the shock in their hearts and handed the interspatial ring to the two. When the two saw it, they were dumbfounded on the spot. How is this possible? They are all inheritances of ultimate profound meanings. Is this the foundation of the Divine Kingdom? How terrifying! Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Even the Divine Kingdom can't find so many inheritances." "Huh!" The four looked at him in a daze. "What do you mean? Could it be that these inheritances were not obtained from the divine nations?" Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "These ultimate profound meaning inheritances were indeed collected in the Divine Kingdom, but they were obtained through extraordinary means." "Extraordinary means?" The four were taken aback. "Yes. Long Qin has mastered a powerful secret technique called soul manipulation. As long as one is controlled by the soul manipulation, he can easily strip the other party of their ultimate profound meaning." Qin Feiyang smiled. "He actually mastered such a terrifying secret technique." The four were shocked. When they came back to their senses, Feather Emperor asked, "You mean these inheritances were extracted by Long Qin in the Divine Kingdom?" "Yes. There are more than 110,000 ultimate profound meaning inheritances in total. There are even more ordinary ultimate profound meaning inheritances, more than 700,000. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "So many?" The four were shaken. More than 700,000 ordinary ultimate profound meaning inheritances. More than 110,000 ultimate profound meaning inheritances. This was simply unheard of. Yun Xiang asked, "Are there so many experts in the Divine Kingdom?" His voice was full of disbelief. "A lot. The people we hunted are just the tip of the iceberg." Qin Feiyang smiled vaguely. The four looked at each other, shocked to the extreme. With so many ultimate profound meaning inheritances, how many experts of the Divine Kingdom had they hunted? Even so, this was just the tip of the iceberg of the Divine Kingdom. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the Divine Kingdom's foundation was. "You gave us so many inheritances at once. What about the people around you?" The Blood Ancestor frowned. "Don't worry about that. The people around me have already obtained the inheritances they need. This is what's left. And I still have 3,000 in my hands." Qin Feiyang said. "That's good." The Blood Ancestor breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the yin and yang rings on the table, he couldn't help but laugh. With these inheritances, the rise of the Sky Cloud Realm is just around the corner. That's right. The Feather Emperor and the Little Rabbit were also very excited. This was simply giving them a huge treasure that could change the fate of the Sky Cloud Realm. Qin Feiyang glanced at the Heaven Cloud Divine Treasury located in the mountains below and said with a smile, "There's no need to put these inheritances of ultimate profundities into the Heaven Cloud Divine Treasury. Just pick some perfect sovereigns and let them fuse with them. Just give it to them?" The Feather Emperor, the Blood Ancestor, and the Little Rabbit were stunned. "Yes." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Are you kidding? How can there be such a thing? Wouldn't that be letting them off too easily?" The three frowned. "I knew you would definitely object. But you have to listen to me on this matter. I definitely have my reasons for this arrangement. Of course. The target of the nurturing must be trustworthy. Demonic Hall, Rogue Cultivator Alliance, Sky Hall, Deity Hall. A few years ago, when the Divine Kingdom invaded the Sky Cloud Realm, they also made a lot of contributions. There's also the dragons, Phone People, and the Qilin clan. You have to take care of them too. Qin Feiyang said. The Blood Ancestor frowned and said, We don't object to the four forces of the demonic hall. After all, they have already submitted to you. Now you are the honorary hall masters and alliance masters of the four forces. But the dragons, Phone People, and the Qilin clan. At this point, the Blood Ancestor's eyes flashed with a cold light. Honorary hall masters and alliance masters? What's going on? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. Not long after you left, the four forces of the demonic hall announced that you, the lunatic, and the white-eyed wolf will be their honorary hall masters and alliance masters from now on. At that time, we were also very puzzled. But when we asked Elder Hua and the others, we learned that this matter has already been approved by you. The Blood Ancestor said. Is there such a thing? Qin Feiyang scratched his head. Suddenly he slapped his forehead. There really was such a thing, but it had been too long, and he had forgotten about it. But at that time, that was just a joke. He didn't expect Elder Hua and the others to really do that. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, You are still biased against the Phone People, the Qilin clan, and the dragons. How can we not be biased? Don't forget that the human emperor died in the hands of the Dragon King and the other two. The Blood Ancestor said angrily. I didn't forget. But didn't the Dragon King and the other two pay the price with their lives? Back then, I said that as long as the three of them died, all the previous grudges would be written off. As a man, I can't go back on my words. Moreover, it's all thanks to Long Chen that we were able to obtain these inheritances. Now that he's with the dragons, we have to take the dragons into consideration. This is the most basic principle of life. As for the Phone People and the Qilin clan, the Fire Phoenix is the princess of the Phone People, and the Fire Qilin is the holy son of the Qilin clan. We have to take care of them. Of course. If you really have a problem with them, you can give them less. Qin Feiyang smiled and said. The Feather Emperor and the other two pondered for a while, then nodded and said, All right, you guys worked hard to obtain these inheritances. You can arrange it however you want. Also, you guys should integrate a few more inheritances. It's best to integrate all 8 ultimate laws. The difference between an ultimate profundity of 8 supreme laws and an ultimate profundity of 6 supreme laws is still quite large. At that time, if someone dares to act rashly, you guys will have enough strength to suppress them. Qin Feiyang said. Then aren't we getting a big advantage? The Feather Emperor laughed. This is what you deserve, Yizichen said. Qin Feiyang shook his head and smiled. He glanced at Sky Cloud Island and asked suspiciously, Why don't I see the 4 guardian beasts? Them? Usually, they are not on Sky Cloud Island. The Feather Emperor laughed. Qin Feiyang said, Ancestor, you have to take special care of the 4 guardian beasts. After all, they have done too much for the Sky Cloud realm. Do I need you to tell me that? They are my teachers. Don't worry. Even if they don't want it, I will force the inheritances of the 8 ultimate laws on them, the Feather Emperor said. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, There is also the Sea Lion Emperor and the other beast gods in the land of Berry Gods. They are all on our side, so we have to take special care of them. Kid, you still have a conscience. You haven't forgotten them. The Feather Emperor and the Blood Ancestor laughed. How would I dare to forget? If it weren't for them, how would I be who I am today? Qin Feiyang sighed. In the Sky Cloud realm, these people had helped him a lot. As the saying goes, a drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. If he didn't even have a basic sense of gratitude, was he worthy of being called a human? Chapter 43-26. Other than that, Qin Feiyang waved his hand again, and another interspatial ring appeared. What is this? Several people were surprised. There should be more than 200,000 ultimate profound inheritances of ordinary laws. You can put these inheritances into the heavenly cloud divine treasure. It can also be considered as giving other ordinary creatures a chance. Qin Feiyang smiled. The blood ancestor and the other two looked at each other. This kid was really dedicated to the heavenly cloud realm. The Feather Emperor stood up and cupped his hands. On behalf of the heavenly cloud realm, I sincerely thank you. Ancestor, what are you saying? Isn't this what I should do? Besides, how can I accept this bow of yours? I'm afraid my life will be shortened. Qin Feiyang shook his head. You brat. The Feather Emperor laughed and looked up at the sky. If Big Brother knows that there is a descendant like you, I believe he will be very happy in the underworld. Human Emperor, Qin Feiyang murmured. The biggest regret in his life was that he couldn't see this great ancestor. Then, he looked at Yun Xiang. Why are you looking at me? Yun Xiang was suspicious. Nothing. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. Ancestor, Big Brother, have you been sure over the years whether he is the reincarnation of the human emperor? We have been observing him. However, it doesn't look like it. Although Yun Xiang's character is not bad, compared to the human emperor, it seems to be a lot worse. The blood ancestor thought. What do you mean? We know the human emperor too well. He has never had the slightest selfishness for the sake of the world. If there is a saint in this world, then he must be a saint. But Yun Xiang, we all think that he is too selfish. Of course. His selfishness is nothing compared to those who are truly selfish. But compared to the human emperor, he is indeed a lot worse. Little Rabbit said. It is normal for people to be selfish. Furthermore, after reincarnation, his personality will definitely change. Qin Feiyang mumbled. We thought so too. But it's still a little hard to accept. Because Yun Xiang's talent, courage, and responsibility are far from the human emperor's. The blood ancestor transmitted. If he isn't, why would the princess of the divine kingdom strip the ultimate profound and give it to him? Qin Feiyang asked secretly. This is also what we can't figure out. Maybe he really is the reincarnation of Ren Huang. Maybe it's just as you said. After he was reincarnated, many things changed. Little Rabbit said. Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said to himself, let's not talk about this for now. There was no point in discussing this now. Since he was going to return to Great Qin, he could just ask Ji Tianwei. Has the sky cloud realm been peaceful all these years? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Yes. Ever since you guys entered the divine kingdom, the sky cloud realm has been peaceful. However, no one dares to let down their guard and has been working hard to cultivate. The Feather Emperor smiled. What about Longzuin? She hasn't done anything these years? Qin Feiyang asked. No. Maybe she is afraid of our strength. The blood ancestor said with a smile. Afraid of your strength? Qin Feiyang was stunned and said with a bitter smile. Old ancestor, don't underestimate Longzuin. She might have already grasped the will of the heavens. It's just that you guys don't know about it. What? The blood ancestor's face changed. Don't forget whose woman she is. I am sure that she definitely has enough ultimate profound inheritance in her hands to let her grasp the will of the heavens. Qin Feiyang said. The Feather Emperor and the blood ancestor looked at each other, and their hearts sank. Indeed. As Ice Dragon's woman, how could Longzuin be willing to be ordinary? She was really careless. I think that she didn't run out to harm the sky cloud realm all these years. It should be because before she left, Longchen told her something. Anyway, you guys must not ignore this woman. Qin Feiyang reminded. Got it. The Feather Emperor and the other two nodded. Okay, I'll go take a look. Qin Feiyang got up and smiled. Where are you going? The Feather Emperor was suspicious. Just take a look. In addition, don't leak out the matter of us coming back, so as not to cause unnecessary chaos. After Qin Feiyang said, he looked at Lin Yi and asked, Do you want to go together? Okay. Lin Yi nodded obediently. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly, changed his appearance a little, opened a space-time passage, and led Lin Yi away. This brat is really the lucky star of our sky cloud realm. The blood ancestor chuckled. The little rabbit looked at the blood ancestor playfully and said, You didn't say this before. You used to say that he is a jinx. Wherever he goes, disaster follows. Are you a professional teardown? The blood ancestor glared at the little rabbit fiercely. The Feather Emperor looked at the two helplessly and said, Okay, stop arguing. Let's quickly discuss how to distribute these 6,500 Supreme Law Ultimate Inheritance. Looking at the interspatial rings on the table, his heart was a little heavy. Qin Feiyang came back and advanced to make these arrangements, which was enough to show that the situation in the Divine Kingdom was not optimistic. But since Qin Feiyang didn't say anything, he couldn't do anything. Moreover, even if he told him, he couldn't help. He heard about it. The blood ancestor and the little rabbit stopped arguing, lowered their heads, and pondered. In front of serious business, they couldn't play around. Let's do it this way. For people like Elder Hua, Chu Yun, Alliance Master, Deputy Alliance Master, He Zhongtian, and the Sky Palace Master, we will give them 8 inheritances. The blood ancestor said. I think it's okay because these people are the people that third brother trusts the most. The little rabbit nodded. There is one more person. This person is He Wenchang, He Wu's father. Back then, he publicly scolded Feng Ho for He Wu and left the Feng people. He is also a man with a true temperament, the Feather Emperor said. There was a trace of admiration in his words for He Wenchang. This person is indeed good. He clearly distinguishes between kindness and hatred. The blood ancestor and the little rabbit nodded. Of course. There is also Xiang and little Azura. These years they have been working hard for the Sky Cloud realm. We have to take special care of them. The Feather Emperor looked at Yun Xiang next to him and smiled. Yun Xiang laughed dryly. The blood ancestor suddenly seemed to think of something. He looked at the Feather Emperor and the little rabbit and said, Don't forget, there is a group of people that we have to take special care of. Who? The Feather Emperor and the little rabbit were suspicious. The blood demon race. The blood ancestor said word by word. The Feather Emperor and the little rabbit looked at each other and couldn't help but look in the direction of the Yin Demon Land. The blood demon race indeed needed to be taken care of. Because back then, the blood demon race had sacrificed too much. It could be said that, whether it was the Sky Cloud Realm, the Ancient World, Great Qin, or the Forgotten Continent, they all owed the blood demon race a favor. Cloud Sea City. A man and a woman entered the city. Looking at the bustling streets, there was a smile on their faces. You have been in the Sky Cloud Realm for so many years, but you haven't come to the Eastern Continent to take a look, right? The young man asked with a smile. The two were Qin Feiyang and Lin Yi. No. I have always been on Sky Cloud Island. Lin Yi shook her head. Qin Feiyang said with dissatisfaction. This big brother is too much. It's not wrong to cultivate hard, but sometimes he should let you out to get some fresh air. He is also doing it for my own good. Lin Yi smiled. Forget it, let's not talk about him. It's rare to have time. I will take you around. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly and said, Okay. Lin Yi nodded like a good girl. She enjoyed Qin Feiyang's care for her. On the street, there was a lot of traffic. Qin Feiyang kept passing by the pedestrians on the street. However, from beginning to end, no one realized that the man who passed by them was the patron saint of their Sky Cloud realm. Lin Yi pointed to a place not far away and said, Brother Feiyang, there is a jewelry store there. Shall we go in and take a look? Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. Girls usually had a special fondness for all kinds of beautiful jewelry. The two entered the store. There were many women inside. There were young women in their 20s and noble women. They were all looking for jewelry that they liked. The jewelry in the store was also dazzling and exquisite. The store was very large, and the decoration was also very high-end. Obviously, the people who came in and out of the store were either rich or noble. Young master, young miss, hello? What kind of style do you two like? I can introduce it to you too. A young woman greeted them. She was a staff member here. She thought that Qin Feiyang was a couple. No need, we will see it ourselves. Lin Yi smiled politely. Okay. The woman was also quite sensible. She silently retreated to the back and followed Qin Feiyang. Suddenly, Lin Yi saw a good hairpin. She walked up and looked down at it. This hairpin was snow white with a crystal luster. The top was inlaid with a delicate lotus flower, giving an elegant and noble aura. Do you like it? I will give it to you. Qin Feiyang smiled. I like it very much. Lin Yi nodded. The staff member behind her heard the words and immediately walked into the counter. She took out the hairpin and handed it to Qin Feiyang. She smiled and said, Young master, you might as well put it on for young Mississippi. Qin Feiyang smiled, took the hairpin, and slowly inserted it into Lin Yi's hair. There was a saying that clothes make the man, and saddle make the horse. But now, this sentence was the complete opposite. This hairpin was now even more distinctive because it was worn on Lin Yi's head. It looks good. Even the staff member couldn't help but marvel. Because no one knew her, Lin Yi did not change her appearance. Whether it was her appearance or her temperament, they could be called stunning. Qin Feiyang looked at it for a while, looked at the staff member and smiled. Pay the bill directly. Okay. The staff member nodded. He didn't even ask about the price first. It seemed that in order to win the beauty's heart, he would pay a lot. However, at this moment, a hand appeared, grabbed the hairpin on Lin Yi's head, and pulled it out. And? Lin Yi was taken aback. She turned her head and looked suspiciously. She saw a 17 or 18-year-old young man in purple clothes, holding the hairpin and looking back and forth. This situation made Lin Yi frown immediately. Chapter 43-27. Qin Feiyang, who was about to pay the bill, inadvertently noticed this scene. He couldn't help but turn to look at the purple-clothed young man. What does this mean? Snatch it directly from our hands? Young Master Shin? The staff member turned his head and looked. There was a trace of surprise on his face. He quickly walked over and smiled flatteringly. Young Master Wang, I didn't expect you to come. This so-called young Master Wang ignored the woman's flattery, let alone Qin Feiyang and Lin Yi. His attitude seemed to treat them as air. Then, he handed the jade hairpin to the woman and said faintly, I want this jade hairpin. Wrap it up for me. Wrap it up nicely. I want to give it to someone. Ah? The woman was taken aback. She looked at young Master Wang with some embarrassment and said, Young Master Wang, someone has already taken a fancy to this jade hairpin. Who? Young Master Wang raised his eyebrows. You took it from my head. You still don't know who it is. Lin Yi frowned. Young Master Wang asked faintly, Did you pay the bill? No. Lin Yi shook her head. You didn't pay the bill. Is this yours? Young Master Wang sneered and looked at the woman. Hurry up. Don't waste my time. This? The woman was in a dilemma. Qin Feiyang looked at the arrogant young master and smiled. Little brother, we did take a fancy to this jade hairpin first. If you like it, let the shop prepare another one for you. When the woman heard this, she quickly looked at Qin Feiyang and explained. Young master, the accessories in our shop are unique. Unique? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. Yes. There is only one piece of each accessory. This is to improve the value and uniqueness of the accessory. This is meaningful. The woman nodded. It turns out to be like this. Qin Feiyang nodded and smiled. Your boss is really good at doing business. The price of a unique item can naturally be much higher. Ha! The woman laughed dryly. Get lost if you can't afford it. Young Master Wang glanced at Qin Feiyang contemptuously. And? Qin Feiyang stared blankly at this young man. Shouldn't there be a first-come, first-served rule when it came to buying things? Not only did he run out halfway to snatch it from them, he even spoke rudely? Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, the woman hurriedly looked at young Master Wang and said, Why don't you choose something else? Our shop also has many good accessories. No. I'll take this one. The purple-clad young man shook his head. But, the woman was a little helpless. She turned her head and looked at Qin Feiyang and Linny for help. She asked, "Why don't you two pick another one?" When Linny heard this, she looked at Yuzan and frowned. "I'm begging you. We can't afford to offend this person," the woman whispered. "Can't afford to offend him?" Qin Feiyang was stunned. In the sky cloud realm, was there anyone that Qin Feiyang could not afford to offend? This made him a little curious. This person is Theta Wangchuan. He is a core disciple of the Demon Palace. It is said that he has entered the heavenly cloud divine treasure before and obtained 2 law miniatures. His future is limitless, the woman explained. It turns out that he is a core disciple of the Demon Palace. No wonder he is so arrogant. The commotion here had already alarmed the other guests. They were all gathered not far away. When they heard the woman's words, they couldn't help but shrink their pupils. They looked at Theta Wangchuan again with fear in their eyes. At the same time, Qin Feiyang and Linny looked at each other with a trace of surprise. What surprised them was not that Theta Wangchuan was a core disciple of the Demon Palace, but that this person had entered the heavenly cloud divine treasure and obtained 2 law miniatures. As the creator of the heavenly cloud divine treasure, Qin Feiyang certainly knew the situation of the heavenly cloud divine treasure. To obtain 2 law miniatures, it really required a lot of luck. Theta Wangchuan stared at Qin Feiyang and Linny and said impatiently, "Since you already know my identity, you'd better be sensible. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences later." Ugh! These words stunned Qin Feiyang and Linny for a long time. Bear the consequences later? They didn't expect that there would be someone in the heavenly cloud realm who dared to say such words to them. Especially Qin Feiyang. Not only was he the creator of the heavenly cloud divine treasure, but he was also the honorary hall master of the Demon Palace. The law miniatures of the heavenly cloud divine treasure were also his. Now, such a small core disciple dared to show off in front of him. It was really interesting. The woman looked at Qin Feiyang and Linny and asked, "Young master, young lady, you see?" Her eyes were full of pleading. Qin Feiyang was about to speak, but Linny waved her hand and said, "Forget it. It's just a jade hairpin. There is no need to bother with him." Qin Feiyang was taken aback and looked at Linny puzzledly. Linny secretly smiled and said, "With your identity and status, if you bother with a disciple, others may say that you are narrow-minded." "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded. "Look at what a considerate girl she is. I wonder who will have the blessing to marry this girl in the future." "You are sensible. Wrap it up for me." Theta Wangchuan glanced coldly at Qin Feiyang and Linny, then looked at the woman and said, "Okay." The woman nodded and smiled apologetically at Qin Feiyang and Linny. Then, she led Theta Wangchuan to the counter. "Demon Palace! It's getting worse and worse now." "Yeah," the customers around whispered. Qin Feiyang frowned slightly when he heard these words. What does this mean? Why is the Demon Palace getting worse and worse? "Brother, you are very wise. This is a disciple of the Demon Palace. We ordinary people can't afford to offend him." A black-clothed young man walked over, patted Qin Feiyang on the shoulder, and left the shop. Qin Feiyang looked at the back of the black-clothed young man and frowned. What happened to the Demon Palace these years? Why does it seem that there are complaints everywhere? I don't know. I have never been to the Eastern continent. Linny shook her head. Did Big Brother tell you about the situation of the Demon Palace? Qin Feiyang asked. No. He has always asked me to cultivate in seclusion peacefully, and ignore the outside world. Linny said. It's strange. Qin Feiyang murmured, looked at Linny and smiled. Then let's go and see other accessories. No need. I'm not in the mood. Linny shook her head. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded helplessly and led Linny out of the shop. But when he walked out of the door, he turned to look at Theta Wangchuan, who was paying the bill. He couldn't help but frown. After a while. On the street. Linny tilted her head, looked at Qin Feiyang and asked, Brother Feiyang, what are you thinking about? You look absent-minded after coming out of the accessory shop. Ah? Qin Feiyang came back to his senses, looked at Linny, and apologized. Sorry, I was thinking about something. If there's anything, you can go and solve it, Linny said. It's nothing. It's just a bit strange. Didn't the Demon Palace have a good reputation in the Eastern continent before? Why is it so bad now? Qin Feiyang frowned. Maybe people like Theta Wangchuan are just a few. Linny thought for a while and said, I hope so. Qin Feiyang smiled, looked up, and locked his eyes on the street ahead. He smiled and said, I didn't expect to come here unknowingly. Since we are all here, let's go and have a seat. Linny looked up suspiciously and saw a magnificent restaurant standing on the street a few hundred meters away. Tianhua Restaurant. Young master, miss, please come in. Under the reception of the waiter, Qin Feiyang and Linny entered the restaurant. Are there any private rooms upstairs? Linny asked. Sorry, there are no more. The waiter said apologetically. No more? What time is it now? Linny looked back at the sky outside. There are still a few hours before dinner time. Why are there no more? The business of Tianhua Restaurant should be better. Looking at Linny's reaction, the waiter still maintained a polite smile, but he despised her in his heart. Don't you know where this is? This is Tianhua Restaurant, the largest restaurant in the Sky Cloud realm. If you want a private room, you have to book at least 1 day in advance. Moreover, this is the headquarters of Tianhua Restaurant. They are dressed well, and their temperament is okay. Why do they look like two bumpkins? You too, if you continue to hesitate, you won't even have a seat in the hall. The waiter reminded them. Ah? Linny quickly looked at the hall. Sure enough, there was only one empty table left. Let's have a seat in the hall. Qin Feiyang looked at Linny and said with a smile. But don't you like quiet? Linny frowned. It's okay. It just so happens that I want to inquire about the situation of Demon Palace. Qin Feiyang secretly said. A place like the hall where crooks mixed with honest folk was the best place to inquire about information. Okay. Linny nodded, pointed to the empty table, and said to the waiter, Let's have a seat there. Okay. The waiter yelled and took Qin Feiyang and Linny to the table. After the two sat down, the waiter smiled and said, What do you two need? I'll leave it to you. Qin Feiyang looked at Linny and smiled. Linny thought for a while and looked at the waiter with a smile. Anything is fine. Okay. The waiter nodded, turned around, and left quickly. These two are really interesting. How can they come to a restaurant so casually? It seems that they are really from the countryside. They haven't seen much of the world and are frightened. There is still half a year before the Demon Palace assessment begins. Brother, do you want to give it a try? In the hall, the sound of discussion was incessant. It was very noisy. But this sentence was clearly captured by Qin Feiyang. His heart moved immediately. He turned his head to look at the next table and saw two young men, one in black and one in white, sitting opposite each other. The person who asked was the young man in black on the left. Both of their cultivation bases were not high. They were only in the 9th heaven realm. They were quite ordinary, but they were not old. Demon Palace assessment. The young man in white held a wine glass, pondered for a while, shook his head, and sighed. I'm not going. Not going? The young man in black was taken aback. He put down the wine glass that was already at his mouth and said suspiciously, Didn't you always say that you want to enter the Demon Palace? That was before. As for now, I'm going to the Rogue Cultivator Alliance in the Western Continent. The young man in white shook his head. When talking about the Demon Palace, Qin Feiyang clearly caught a trace of disgust in the eyes of the young man in white. Chapter 43-28. What the hell is going on? Qin Feiyang frowned. His feelings for Demon Palace were obvious to all, so he didn't want Demon Palace to become like this. The two young men spoke again. That's true. Rogue Cultivator Alliance is much better than Demon Palace now. To be honest, we should have supported Rogue Cultivator Alliance to stay in the Eastern Continent and let Demon Palace go to the Western Continent. The black-clothed young man shook his head and said, "This kind of thing isn't something small people like you and me can decide. Moreover, it was Qin Feiyang's idea to move Rogue Cultivator Alliance to the Western Continent back then," the white-clothed young man said. "Speaking of Qin Feiyang, I really admire him. Back then, he, Frenzy, Golden-Winged Wolf King, Long Qin, Long Chen, Yun Xiang, Masked Shura, and Li Feng. Even when facing the Sky Prides of the Divine Kingdom, they didn't change their expressions. If it weren't for these people, our Sky Cloud realm would have been finished long ago." The black-clothed young man's eyes were full of admiration. "Yeah. We have to thank them. Otherwise, how can we live in peace now? In fact, it's reasonable to say that we should all enter Demon Palace. After all, Qin Feiyang and the others were once disciples of Demon Palace, but now—" The white-clothed young man looked quite distressed, but he didn't finish his words. He waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Let's not talk about these things, lest the people of Demon Palace hear it and cause a disaster." And the black-clothed young man nodded, raised his wine glass, and smiled. "Come, let's drink. I will go to the Western Continent with you tomorrow. Even if I can't pass the assessment and become a disciple of Rogue Cultivator Alliance, it's worth it as long as I can see the glory of Rogue Cultivator Alliance. With brother accompanying me, I won't be lonely along the way." The white-clothed young man couldn't help but chuckle. At this time, the waiter came over with a few dishes and a pot of wine. "Young master, miss, the dishes are here. If you need anything later, just tell me." After putting down the dishes, the waiter left in a hurry. "Why did he bring a pot of wine?" Linny looked at the wine pot in astonishment. "Didn't you say anything was fine? You eat first. I'll go gather some information." Qin Feiyang smiled. Twisting the wine pot, he stood up and walked to the table beside him. Looking at the two youths, he smiled and said, "Brothers, can I have a chat with you?" "Ah?" The two of them looked at Qin Feiyang suspiciously. "Don't worry, I definitely won't drink your wine," Qin Feiyang said half-jokingly. As soon as he said this, the two of them laughed involuntarily. The young man in white pointed at the empty stool beside him and said with a smile, "Brother, you're quite humorous. Have a seat." "Thank you." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. He sat in front of the table and poured wine for the two of them. "Wait a moment. One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. Brother, why don't you tell us why you're here? If it weren't for your wine, we wouldn't dare to drink it." The young man in white stopped Qin Feiyang and laughed. "I just want to gather some information." Qin Feiyang gently pushed the young man in white's hand away and filled the wine cups in front of the two of them. "Gather some information?" The two youths looked at each other, the suspicion in their eyes growing stronger. Qin Feiyang also poured a cup for himself and said with a smile, "Let me toast the two of you first." After saying that, he raised his head and drank it in one gulp. The wine of Heavenly Joy House wasn't too bad. After all, it was the largest restaurant in the Sky Cloud realm. However, Qin Feiyang found it really unpalatable when he drank it. The two of them looked at Qin Feiyang in bewilderment, then they also drank the wine in their cups. Qin Feiyang filled their cups again before getting to the main topic. He smiled and said, "I heard the two of you talking about the Demon Palace just now. It seems like you have a big prejudice against the Demon Palace?" Hearing this, the two of them immediately became vigilant. Don't worry. I'm not a disciple of the Demon Palace. Previously, I had a small conflict with a core disciple of the Demon Palace in an accessory store." Qin Feiyang quickly comforted them. "What? You had a conflict with a core disciple of the Demon Palace?" The two of them jumped in fright. "Yes. My sister took a fancy to a jade hairpin. In the end, that disciple of the Demon Palace ran in and directly snatched it from my sister's head." Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. "So that's how it is." The black-clothed youth nodded in understanding and asked, Then you didn't mess with him, right? The white-clothed youth looked at the black-clothed youth and said with a smile, Brother, if he did, would he still be sitting here and drinking with us? The black-clothed youth was stunned and nodded. That's true. Not to mention a core disciple of the demon palace, even an outer sect disciple wouldn't have a good ending if they provoked him. After saying that, he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Brother, you should really go and burn incense. You managed to survive. Is it that exaggerated? Qin Feiyang was shocked and said suspiciously, When I was in the village, I heard that the demon palace was pretty good. The two of them looked at each other, and then at Qin Feiyang. They shook their heads and said, So you siblings came from the countryside. No wonder you're so naive. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was puzzled. The white-clothed youth glanced at the surrounding guests and said in a low voice, Brother, to tell you the truth, the demon palace was indeed not bad in the past. Not only were they very friendly to the people of the eastern continent, but they also took care of them very well. But now, it's different. Different? Qin Feiyang frowned. Yes. It's not an exaggeration to say that the current demon palace is a gathering place for a bunch of mobs. The white-clothed youth said in disgust. Is that really the case? We siblings are still preparing to participate in the demon palace's assessment. Because our village is proud of entering the demon palace. Qin Feiyang said. You still want to participate in the assessment? The white-clothed youth glanced at Qin Feiyang and Lin Yi and whispered, Brother, listen to my advice. Don't go. If you really want to stand out, you might as well go to the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Even if you don't go to the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, it's better to go to the Heavenly Temple and Divine Temple than to enter the Demon Palace. Qin Feiyang frowned and asked, Then, can you explain the reason in detail? It's fate that we met. All right. We'll tell you in detail. The Demon Palace was indeed good in the past. We all wanted to enter. But in recent years, the Demon Palace seemed to have inflated. They have become selfish, indifferent, and ruthless. Especially the disciples below. Each of them is like a playbull. They are arrogant and domineering outside all day long. The white-clothed youth said in a low voice. So that's what happened. Qin Feiyang suddenly realized and asked, Are there many such disciples? Yes. Almost half of them. Being arrogant and domineering is still light. Some even bully people outside. The white-clothed youth shook his head. So overboard? Then, the upper echelons of the Demon Palace don't do anything about it. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows. Do something about it? Who will do something about it? Can ordinary people like us meet the upper echelons of the Demon Palace? I remember that last year, there was a Demon Palace disciple in a small town. Someone seemed to have offended him. In the end, this disciple killed that person's family because of a disagreement. This person ran to the Demon Palace to seek justice. In the end, before he could enter the Demon Palace, he was stopped by the Demon Palace's deacon elder. The white-clothed youth shook his head. And then? Qin Feiyang asked. Then, not only did the deacon elder not seek justice for him, he even silenced him. Brother, tell me now. Is such a demon palace still worth us risking our lives to enter? The white-clothed youth said. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, Where do they find the capital to be so arrogant? Capital? Is there even a need to say it? Their capital is Qin Feiyang, Man Mo, and Golden-Winged Wolf King. The black-clothed youth sighed. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang frowned. How could this matter have anything to do with them? Qin Feiyang, Man Mo, and Golden-Winged Wolf King were all disciples of the Demon Palace. In the past, the Demon Palace helped these three the most. It is also because of this that after these three rose to power, they took special care of the Demon Palace, and even treated the Demon Palace as their home. In the beginning, it was still fine because these three were there. The disciples of the Demon Palace were very low-key. But good times didn't last. Not long after, these three went to the Divine Kingdom. With their departure, the demon palace seemed to have lost their deterrence. The disciples of the demon palace gradually became arrogant and looked down on everyone. In the end, this situation became worse and worse. Now, they have reached a state of lawlessness. Most importantly, no one dares to interfere because they are afraid of offending Qin Feiyang and the other two. Even the Kirans, foam people, and dragons pretended not to see the disciples of the demon palace bullying others. The white-clothed youth sighed. Qin Feiyang said. So as time passed, they became more and more unscrupulous. That's right. Now, our eastern continent is in a mess because of these people. I just can't figure it out. They are all overlords and are related to Qin Feiyang and the other two. Why are the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, the Heavenly Palace, and the Divine Palace so self-disciplined? Brother, look, I am a native of the eastern continent. Now I have to go to the Rogue Cultivator Alliance of the western continent. Don't you think it's ridiculous? The white-clothed youth was heartbroken and his face was full of disappointment. Those big shots of the Demon Palace don't care about these things? Qin Feiyang asked. Them? For so many years, I have never seen them show their faces. I don't even know where they are hiding and living a leisurely life. Moreover, big shots like them don't care about the life and death of small fries like us. The two shook their heads. Qin Feiyang frowned. The Demon Palace had become like this. Elder Hua, Chu Yun, and the Hall Master didn't show up. What were they trying to do? Brother, why don't we do this? We are going to the western continent tomorrow. You and your sister can come with us. We can take care of each other at that time. The white-clothed youth looked at Qin Feiyang and invited him in a friendly manner. Thank you, brother. I will discuss it with my sister later. Qin Feiyang smiled. Okay. The white-clothed youth nodded. Then I will go first. After Qin Feiyang finished speaking, he left the wine pot and stood up. You forgot the wine, the black-clothed youth said quickly. I will give it to you. Qin Feiyang smiled, turned around, walked to Linny and sat down. End of chapter. Chapter 43-29. How is the investigation going? Linny asked with a smile. Sigh. I didn't expect that our care of Demon Palace would become the capital for these Demon Palace disciples to be arrogant. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. In this world aren't most people like this? Linny smiled. I'm quite disappointed. But I'm puzzled. Why didn't Elder Hua and the others come out to take care of it? Why did they allow the disciples to continue to make trouble? Qin Feiyang frowned. Linny said, I heard from Little Rabbit about this. Elder Hua and the others seem to be in close cultivation. Close cultivation? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. Didn't you give them the epitome of the law? After you left the Sky Cloud Realm, Elder Hua and the Alliance Master basically went into close cultivation. Linny smiled. Qin Feiyang said. In other words, it is the people below who are managing Demon Palace now. I guess so. Linny nodded. Elder Hua and the others really trusted the wrong person. I'm very curious now. Who is managing Demon Palace now and can manage it to this extent? Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered with a cold light. Then, let's go to Demon Palace to take a look. Linny asked. Qin Feiyang glanced at the top floor and didn't sense Yueching's aura. It was meaningless to continue to stay here. They might as well go to Demon Palace to take a look. For the future of Demon Palace, this time, it might be necessary to have a bloodbath. However, just as the two were about to get up and pay the bill, a young man in purple strode in. Qin Feiyang and Linny were taken aback. Isn't this person Theta Wang Chuan who was arrogant and domineering in the accessory store? What a coincidence, he also came to Tianwei Building. Greetings, young Master Wang. When the shop assistant saw Theta Wang Chuan, his pupils shrank slightly, and he hurriedly greeted him. It was obvious. Theta Wang Chuan was also a regular here. Is there a private room upstairs? Theta Wang Chuan asked. Sorry, it's full. The shop assistant smiled flatteringly. Full? Hearing this, Theta Wang Chuan couldn't help but frown. He scanned the hall and muttered, "Perhaps the effect would be better if we were in the hall." "What did you say?" The waiter looked at him suspiciously. "It's nothing." Theta Wang Chuan shook her head and asked, "Are there any seats left in the hall? It's best if it's near the center." "There's nothing in the hall either. The remaining table from before is already occupied by those two." The shop assistant pointed at Qin Feiyang and Lin Yi and looked at Theta Wang Chuan with a smile. Theta Wang Chuan followed her gaze, and a playful look appeared in his eyes. It was truly a small world for enemies to meet again. Immediately, he pointed at Qin Feiyang and Zhang Wuji and said, "I want that table." "That's not good. They haven't finished eating yet." The shop assistant looked at Theta Wang Chuan awkwardly. "You two blind idiots, why are you still eating so much? Tell them to scram immediately," Theta Wang Chuan said arrogantly. The shop assistant frowned. "What's wrong? As a core disciple of Devil Hall, my words don't work?" Theta Wang Chuan glared at the shop assistant. No. Don't worry. I'll discuss with them." The shop assistant smiled flatteringly, and immediately ran toward Qin Feiyang and Zhang Wuji. He sighed in his heart. If only the two building masters were here. The two building masters were close friends with Qin Feiyang, Golden Wing Wolf King, and Man Mo. No matter how arrogant Theta Wang Chuan was, he didn't dare to be arrogant in front of the two building masters. Unfortunately, the two building masters were not here at the moment. As a shop assistant, he didn't dare to offend the core disciples of Devil Hall. Both the young man in white and the young man in black looked at this scene and secretly asked Qin Feiyang with a voice transmission, "Brother, is he the Theta Wang Chuan you just mentioned?" And Qin Feiyang nodded. "Then you siblings are really unlucky to meet him again in a blink of an eye. Listen to your brother. Quickly pay the bill and leave, or come to sit with us. Don't provoke him again," the two advised with a voice transmission. "Thank you. Let me check the situation first." Qin Feiyang thanked them and looked at the shop assistant who ran toward him. The shop assistant looked at Qin Feiyang and Zhang Wuji and said with an apologetic face, "Both of you heard it too. I'm really sorry. As an apology, we will waive all your expenses today." Lin Yi was about to get up. She wasn't being patient. She just didn't want to be affected by someone like Theta Wang Chuan. Such a person was just a clown in front of her. There was nothing to be angry about. But at this time, Qin Feiyang grabbed Lin Yi and looked at the shop assistant with a smile. "Do we look like people who lack money?" The shop assistant looked stiff. He thought that as long as he reasoned with them and moved them emotionally, coupled with Theta Wang Chuan's identity, he would definitely be able to convince them. But he didn't expect that they would embarrass him instead. Two bumpkins from the countryside. What's there to be arrogant about? The shop assistant suppressed the anger in his heart and whispered, "Both of you may not know his identity. His name is Theta Wang Chuan. He is a core disciple of the Demon Palace. Even I dare not offend him. You." Qin Feiyang looked at the shop assistant and said faintly, "Of course, you don't dare to offend him because you are just a little shop assistant. But although you are just a shop assistant, your performance is really disappointing." "What do you mean?" The shop assistant was furious. How dare he humiliate him? The other guests around also looked at Qin Feiyang in astonishment. This person must have eaten a leopard's guts. How dare he be so arrogant in the face of a core disciple of the Demon Palace? What I mean is, us siblings are guests. Now we are sitting here eating. As a shop assistant here, not only did you not stand up to protect our rights, but you also asked us to leave in advance because you are afraid of the Demon Palace's disciples. I would like to ask, who is the one who asked you to do business? Yue Qing or Yi Miao? Qin Feiyang's face was quite ugly. How long has it been since they left the Sky Cloud realm? Not only have the Demon Palace's disciples become so rampant, but even the shop assistant of the Tianhua restaurant has become so snobbish. It seems that a good reorganization is needed. The shop assistant's face changed and shouted, "How dare you call the two tower masters by their names? Indeed, he is bold. The two tower masters of the Tianwei restaurant are both Qin Feiyang's women. Even the tycoons of major forces have to be polite to them." The people around whispered. When Lin Yi heard these discussions, she chuckled secretly. "Brother Feiyang, when did these two building masters become your women?" Qin Feiyang's mouth twitched and said helplessly, "Don't you know? The most terrible thing in this world is gossip." There had been such rumors in the sky cloud realm a long time ago. They said that there was an ambiguous relationship between him and Yue Qin. But there was no such thing. It was just that he was too lazy to explain, so he didn't come forward to clarify. But he didn't expect that after leaving the sky cloud realm for so many years, these rumors were still there. Fortunately, the people around him knew him better. He was not a promiscuous person. Otherwise, he couldn't explain it clearly even if he had 100 mouths. "Get out of here immediately! Don't ever step into my Tianwei restaurant again!" The shop assistant pointed to the door and looked at Qin Feiyang angrily. The young man in white and the young man in black at the next table looked at each other and couldn't help but feel powerless. They wanted to help, but they didn't dare. Whether it was the Demon Palace's disciples or the Tianwei restaurant, they couldn't afford to offend them. "Hurry up and leave! Otherwise, you might not have a chance later." The young man in white transmitted his voice. "Brother, thank you for your concern. Today, I'm really going to go against them. I want to see how awe-inspiring the Demon Palace's disciples and the shop assistant of the Tianwei restaurant are." Qin Feiyang smiled inwardly. "Aren't you courting death? Even if you don't think for yourself, think for your sister. She's a girl. How can she withstand such torment?" The two of them tried their best to persuade him. It was obvious that they were kind-hearted. Moreover, they had a sense of justice when they saw the pain and hatred they felt for the Demon Palace. Seeing that Qin Feiyang and the young man in black didn't move, the shop assistant roared angrily. "Didn't you hear me tell you to get out? Do you want me to chase you out? You're just a mere shop assistant, yet you're so overbearing, telling customers to get out so easily. I'm really curious how Yue Qing and Yimiao usually teach you." Qin Feiyang looked at the shop assistant with a cold light flashing in his eyes. "Just a shop assistant?" The shop assistant flew into a rage out of humiliation and smirked. "Even if I'm just a shop assistant, I'm still better than a bumpkin like you. Why are you talking so much nonsense with him?" Theta Wangchuan, who was standing behind, finally lost his patience. He strode over and stared at Qin Feiyang and the young man in black. "I'll ask you one last time. Are you going to get out or not? Today, we're really not going to leave." Lin Yi was also angry. She had already been merciful in the jewelry store before. But she didn't expect that they would come to provoke her. And it was a deliberate provocation. "Good, very good." Theta Wangchuan smirked, and a murderous aura permeated. Qin Feiyang looked at Theta Wangchuan in front of him, and couldn't help but feel sad in his heart. Is this the talent he cultivated with countless resources to create the Tianyun divine treasure? It's ridiculous. "Theta Wangchuan, what are you looking for me for?" The atmosphere in the hall became more and more solemn. Suddenly, a crisp voice sounded. "En?" Qin Feiyang was taken aback. This voice seems a bit familiar. He raised his head and looked outside suspiciously. He saw a young woman in a long white dress walking quickly into the restaurant. "It's her?" Looking at the woman who came in and Theta Wangchuan, Qin Feiyang was surprised. "Brother Feiyang, do you know her?" Lin Yi was suspicious. "Yes. Her name is Shinxiejia. I met her in the Shin family village when I comprehended the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death. When I first saw her, she was just a little girl. I just didn't expect that she would be with someone like Theta Wangchuan now." Qin Feiyang frowned. Shinxiejia was a lively and lovely girl in his impression. She didn't hate evil, but she could at least distinguish what was good and evil. It stood to reason that she should hate people like Theta Wangchuan. It turns out that she is from the Shen family village, Lin Yi suddenly realized. Although she had been in seclusion, she still knew about the situation in the Shen family village. Because the battle between Qin Feiyang and others and the king broke out in the Shen family village. At that time, Qin Feiyang and others desperately protected the Shen family village, making the Shen family village, an obscure village, the focus of the Tianyun realm. The Shen family village had also made great strides since then. The juniors of the Shen family village had basically joined the Demon Palace and the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. End of this chapter. Chapter 4330. Including Xinxiejia. And, back then, Qin Feiyang broke out of his cocoon and became a butterfly in the Shen family village. He comprehended the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death. Everyone in the village was influenced by the law of life and death. In short, it was a rebirth. It could be said that, whether it was an old man like Shen Yulin or a junior like Shen Xiajia, they had all become cultivation geniuses. In addition, back then, Qin Feiyang had personally taught juniors like Shen Xiajia. Although Qin Feiyang's strength back then wasn't as strong as it was now in the Sky Cloud realm, he could be considered the number one person. To put it bluntly, even a person with mediocre talent could become a first-rate genius under his guidance. So, now, the juniors of the Shen family village had already emerged. Whether it was in the Demon Palace or the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, they had a certain prestige. Of course, the biggest reason was Qin Feiyang. Because everyone knew that the Shen family village had helped Qin Feiyang. Xiajia. At the same time, seeing Xinxiejia coming, Theta Wang Chuan's eyes lit up and quickly greeted her. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Hurry up, why are you looking for me? Xinxiejia spoke with a cold tone. Don't worry. Well, wait for me for a while. Theta Wang Chuan comforted and ran to Qin Feiyang and Lin Yi again, whispering. For the last time, get out of here immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Yi frowned. You still want to take advantage of me? Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed slightly. He turned to look at the black-shirted youth and the white-shirted youth and smiled. Two brothers, why don't we sit here first? Sure. I just asked you and your sister to come over, but you are so stubborn. The two nodded. They were very loyal. Thank you. Qin Feiyang thanked them and gave Lin Yi a wink. Lin Yi was a little puzzled, but she was still very obedient. Immediately, the two carried the dishes on the table and walked to the table of the two young men and sat down. Brother San Chuan, my apologies. This little brother of mine just came from the countryside and doesn't know the rules. If he offends you, please be magnanimous and don't hold it against him. The two young men were worried that Theta Wang Chuan would take revenge on Qin Feiyang, so they stood up and bowed, pleading on Qin Feiyang's behalf. Lin Yi looked at the two in surprise. Seriously. These two people were really not bad. At this moment, the hall was full of guests, but among so many people, who stood out to help Qin Feiyang? They were all minding their own business, afraid of offending Theta Wang Chuan. However, these two young men were completely unrelated to them. They had only drunk 2 cups of wine with them before. Yet now, they actually stood up to help them without the slightest hesitation. He even apologized to Theta Wang Chuan on behalf of Qin Feiyang. If they knew Qin Feiyang's identity, they would probably be putting on an act. But at this moment, no one here knew Qin Feiyang's identity. They didn't know Qin Feiyang's identity, but they still came to help them enthusiastically. This showed that these two young men were warm-hearted and good people. Wan Sanchuan looked at the two young men and said indifferently, "Seeing that your attitude is not bad, I won't bicker with them this time. But in the future, remember to remind them that when they walk outside, it's best to be observant." Yes. Sorry. The two young men put their palms together and bowed again and again. Theta Wang Chuan ignored them and turned to look at the waiter. Clean it up immediately. Okay. The waiter nodded. Theta Wang Chuan ran to Xin Xiaojia again with a flattering expression on his face. Thank you, brothers. However, aren't you afraid that Theta Wang Chuan will vent his anger on you for helping us? Linny glanced at Theta Wang Chuan's back, looked at the two young men, and asked in a low voice. Yes, of course. But there is a good saying. Rely on your parents at home and rely on your friends outside. And I can't stand honest people being bullied the most. The young man in white shook his head. Yes. Especially this kind of dog that bullies others. If it weren't for the Demon Palace backing him up, what is he? However, we really have to be careful, lest we be targeted by him. We won't have a good life. The young man in black transmitted his voice. Yes. We will leave later and go to the Western continent. The young man in white nodded. Qin Feiyang and Linny looked at each other. They were more and more impressed with these two people. This is the kind of person that should be cultivated. It is a waste to give resources to someone like Theta Wang Chuan. Linny looked at Theta Wang Chuan and Xin Xiaojia, who were already sitting at the table, and secretly wondered. Brother Feiyang, what do you want to do? Don't worry. Qin Feiyang smiled secretly. While drinking with the two young men, he paid attention to Theta Wang Chuan and Xin Xiaojia. The waiter had already cleaned up the table. But Theta Wang Chuan still felt that it was not clean enough. He took out a handkerchief and wiped it carefully. Then, he chatted with Xin Xiaojia. They talked about very common topics. For example, how are you recently? Have you encountered any troubles? Wait. Soon. The waiter brought a few dishes that looked, smelled good. There was also a pot of superb wine. I don't drink. Just when Theta Wang Chuan was about to pour wine for Xin Xiaojia removed the wine glass and shook her head. Theta Wang Chuan was taken aback and smiled flatteringly. Then, have some tea. The tea in Tianhua building is also very good. Xin Xiaojia looked at Theta Wang Chuan, frowned slightly, and asked, Are you okay? If you have something to say, just say it. If not, I will go back to cultivate. Hearing these words, Xin Xiaojia looked at Theta Wang Chuan's eyes. She didn't seem to like him very much. You don't have to be in a hurry to cultivate. Theta Wang Chuan smiled apologetically. Then, he took out an exquisite gift box from the universe ring and handed it to Xin Xiaojia. Xin Xiaojia looked at the gift box suspiciously. Theta Wang Chuan smiled and said, I have been running around for several days to prepare this for you. I hope you will like it. I don't deserve it. Xin Xiaojia shook her head and did not open the gift box. Theta Wang Chuan's expression stiffened. He hurriedly said, Xiaojia, aren't you treating me like an outsider? You see, we have known each other for several years. Even if you don't like me, we can still be close friends. Isn't it normal for friends to give each other a small gift? Qin Feiyang and Linny suddenly realized. It turned out that this Theta Wang Chuan was pursuing Xin Xiaojia. Linny asked with a voice transmission, Brother Feiyang, do you think that the hairpin we saw before is in that box? It should be. After all this time, it is for this girl. Qin Feiyang smiled secretly. It seems that this girl is quite popular with men. But after taking a closer look, the little girl back then was now slender and graceful. She did have some charm. Sigh. But the young man in white next to him suddenly sighed. Brother, why are you sighing? Qin Feiyang looked at the young man in white suspiciously. The young man in white secretly said, Brother, you don't know. This woman named Xin Xiaojia is from the Shen family village. Shen family village? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. In fact, this Shen family village used to be very inconspicuous. There weren't even a few decent powerhouses. But they were lucky to meet Qin Feiyang and other lords. The young man in white smiled enviously. I don't know about this yet. Qin Feiyang shook his head. You just came from the countryside. It's normal that you don't know. It is said that when Qin Feiyang comprehended the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death, he traveled around the world and finally stopped in front of a small village. This small village is the Shen family village. Later, Qin Feiyang also successfully comprehended the ultimate meaning of the law of life and death in the Shen family village and became the first person in our sky cloud realm. Because of this, Qin Feiyang and the Shen family village formed a good relationship. It is also because of this relationship that all forces take good care of the people of the Shen family village. And several major forces in our sky cloud realm, Demon Palace, Heavenly Palace, Divine Palace, and Rogue Cultivator Alliance, which one has nothing to do with Qin Feiyang? So in these years, the Shen family has become a hidden wealthy family in the sky cloud realm in one fell swoop. The reason why it is called a hidden wealthy family is because the Shen family village did not take the opportunity to expand its scale. Just like before, they have been living in seclusion in the mountains and living a very low-key life. However, the younger generation of the Shen family village is basically in various forces now. And they all show extraordinary talent. It can be said that the transformation of the Shen family village is entirely because of Lord Qin Feiyang. But it is also because of the relationship between the Shen family village and Qin Feiyang that the young disciples of various forces can help but have the idea of taking a shortcut. The young man in white sighed. Taking a shortcut? Qin Feiyang and Linny looked at each other, their eyes full of suspicion. Yes. Just like this Shinshijia. It is said that Lord Qin Feiyang watched her grow up. He even personally taught her cultivation. Think about it. If anyone can capture Shinshujia's heart and marry her, isn't it equivalent to climbing the relationship with Qin Feiyang? The young man in white transmitted his voice. When Qin Feiyang heard this, he frowned slightly and said secretly, "Brother, do you mean that this Theta Wang Chuan doesn't really like Shinshijia, but he wants to climb the backing of Qin Feiyang? Isn't it obvious?" Obviously. I heard that a few years ago, there was a big family in the Western continent. In order to climb the social ladder with the Shen family village, the family master of this big family even sent his daughter to him. The young man in black secretly said. His eyes were full of contempt. There is such a thing? Qin Feiyang was stunned and frowned. What happened in the end? This person called Shen Dezhuang, did he accept this patriarch's daughter? It seems that he didn't. It is said that this Shen Dezhuang is honest and straightforward. He is also a good person. Some people also say that he has the best relationship with Qin Feiyang. But I just don't know if it is true. The young man in black shook his head. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed an imperceptible smile. It seems that this kid didn't let me down. At least in terms of character, there is no big problem. Qin Feiyang looked at Theta Wang Chuan again. He couldn't help but want to laugh. Such a person wants to climb the social ladder with me? He is thinking too much. End of this chapter. Chapter 43-31. Theta Wang Chuan was still trying to curry favor. Xin Xiaojia looked at Theta Wang Chuan with a slight frown. Xiaojia, I know that you don't like me, but I don't care. As long as I can protect you at all times, I'm already very satisfied. Theta Wang Chuan said sincerely. And his voice wasn't soft either. It wasn't just the people in the hall. Even the people in the private rooms upstairs could hear him clearly. Isn't that senior brother Theta Wang Chuan's voice? Shinxiajia? Is senior brother confessing to Shinxiajia? 6 young men walked out from a private room on the 3rd floor. The 6 of them were dressed in luxurious clothes and had outstanding temperaments. The auras they exuded were also very strong. Moreover, each of them had a woman in heavy makeup in their arms. They were clearly here to have fun. It really is senior brother Wang. Looking at Theta Wang Chuan downstairs, the 6 of them didn't care what kind of situation they were in and laughed heartily. You guys are here too. Theta Wang Chuan looked up at the 6 and smiled. We just happened to be drinking here. Senior brother Wang, are you confessing to junior sister Shin? The 6 of them were curious. Don't talk nonsense. Theta Wang Chuan glared at them with a very righteous look. But as he spoke, he secretly gave the 6 of them a look. The 6 of them looked at each other and understood. Junior sister Shin, Look at how infatuated Senior Brother Wang is with you. Why don't you accept him? That's right. Senior Brother Wang is such a good man. He will definitely treat you well for the rest of his life. And when the two of you stand together, you really look like a match made in heaven. If you don't believe me, you can ask the others. The 6 of them laughed. In this world, there was no lack of people who would blindly join in on the fun. As the 6 of them finished speaking, many people in the hall began to join in on the fun. In the end, they even roared that they should be together, be together. The white-clad youth glanced at the 6 people on the second floor and sighed. Little brother, do you see that? These are the disciples of the demon royal halls. They are not working hard on their cultivation when they have such good resources. Instead, they all come to the tavern to seek pleasure. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the 6 people upstairs. They were indeed quite disappointing. What was the difference between these people and those hedonistic sons of rich parents who were idling about and abusing their power? Then he looked at Theta Wangchuan. At this moment, he was very pleased with himself. However, when he noticed that Qin Feiyang's group of 4 were sitting on the side in silence, he couldn't help but turn his head to stare at them, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Together, together. The white-clothed young man and the white-clothed man's expression changed, and they immediately shouted. At the same time, he also signaled Qin Feiyang and Linny to shout together. This is too childish. Linny was speechless. It is indeed childish. You want an outsider to help you confess to a woman? Don't try to show off if you don't have the ability. Qin Feiyang shook his head. As soon as these 2 sentences came out, the whole scene fell into dead silence. The white-clothed young man and the white-clothed man's expression also changed abruptly. They quickly said secretly, Brother, what are you doing? Aren't you deliberately provoking him? Sorry, we will leave now. The black-clothed young man got up and looked at Theta Wangchuan, whose face was gloomy, and smiled apologetically. Then, he put down a pile of divine crystals, pulled Qin Feiyang and Linny, and ran outside. Leave? Theta Wangchuan smiled coldly. He stepped in front of the 4 people, stared at Qin Feiyang and Linny, and said, Make it clear, who doesn't have the ability, and who is trying to show off. Isn't this obvious to all? Qin Feiyang chuckled and asked, Would you like me to say another sentence to you? Don't be a toad thinking about eating swan meat all day long. You don't have the strength. Damn it! Why are they still arguing with each other? Is he really not afraid of death? The guests around all looked at Qin Feiyang in astonishment. He actually scolded the core disciples of the demon palace as toads? The black-clothed young man and the white-clothed man were completely desperate. They had humiliated the other party like this. How could the other party still give them a way out? Yo! Where did this little reptile come from? How dare he humiliate our demon palace's disciples recklessly? Accompanied by a strange cry, the 6 demon palace's disciples upstairs released the women in their arms and landed beside Theta Wangchuan. The girls looked at Qin Feiyang with ridicule in their eyes. Especially the waiter from before, he had no intention to dissuade them at all. He stood together silently and looked at Qin Feiyang with gloating eyes. Sorry, it's all our fault. We apologize. Sirs, please be magnanimous. Don't lower yourself to our level, okay? Facing such a situation, the black-clothed young man and the white-clothed young man were very nervous. They kept hinting Qin Feiyang to apologize. There's no need to be afraid. Qin Feiyang smiled placatingly. Then, he returned to the table and sat down. He looked at the 6 and asked, You are also Demon Palace's disciples? That's right. How about it? Do you want to beat us up? Do you have the guts? The 6 were extremely arrogant and fearless. They felt like they were the rulers of the Eastern continent. As Demon Palace's disciples, you are not cultivating properly in the Demon Palace, working hard to become the pillars of the Eastern continent, protecting the people of this continent. Instead, you come out to seek pleasure and bully others. Let me ask you, Are you worthy of the resources that the Demon Palace gave you? Qin Feiyang asked indifferently. Haha, he actually said that he wants us to become the pillars of the Eastern continent, protecting the people of this continent? He must be talking in his sleep. We haven't even had enough fun. How can we be in the mood to protect unrelated people? Let's talk about this later. The resources were given to us by Lord Hall Master. What does it have to do with you? The six kept mocking Xiaochen. They looked at Qin Feiyang as though they were looking at a clown. I see. You guys haven't had enough fun. Then why did you guys enter the Demon Palace? Are you guys thinking of using the Demon Palace as your backing to bully others outside? Qin Feiyang's eyes had a hint of anger. What kind of people were they? They had given so many resources to nurture a bunch of irresponsible trash? No! These people were worse than trash. Are you done being arrogant? Fine. You said that we bully others because of our power, right? Today, we'll bully others because of our power. Kneel down and kowtow to me right now and apologize. Otherwise, we'll break your dog legs today. The six of them didn't hold back at all and were extremely arrogant. Is that so? I'm sitting right here. If you guys are capable, come and break my legs. Qin Feiyang's eyes flickered coldly. Do you think we don't dare? Theta Wang Chuan laughed sinisterly and shouted. Brothers, kill him. All right. Kid, you're courting death. Don't blame us for bullying you. The six of them laughed, and immediately surrounded Qin Feiyang. Are you guys done? However, at this moment, Xinshijia, who was sitting at the table, suddenly stood up and stared at Theta Wang Chuan and the others. She said in a deep voice, Don't forget that you guys are disciples of the Demon Palace. What you're doing is ruining the reputation of the Demon Palace. Junior Sister Shin, what are you talking about? We're protecting the reputation of the Demon Palace now. That's right. This ignorant fool actually dared to humiliate us in front of so many people. If we don't teach him a lesson, who in the Eastern continent will respect the Demon Palace in the future? Theta Wang Chuan and the others said angrily. But you guys are the ones who started the trouble first. Shin Shijia's eyes were filled with disgust. Junior Sister Shin, I don't agree with this. We're disciples of the Demon Palace. What's wrong with criticizing him? If it weren't for the selfless contributions of the Demon Palace, would they be living such a peaceful life now? The few of them sneered. Bastard. I can't help it. Who doesn't know that the people who protect the Eastern continent and the Sky Cloud realm have always been Qin Feiyang and the others? If it weren't for the few of them protecting us, would the Demon Palace have the glory it has today? Not to mention the powerful Divine Kingdom, even the dragons, the Foam People, and the Qilin race wouldn't be able to stop them. The black-clothed and white-clothed youths roared. These disciples of the Demon Palace were really shameless to the extreme. It was clearly Qin Feiyang and the others who had done the work, but now they were taking all the credit. They didn't even blush and spoke so righteously. Junior Sister Shin, do you see that? They're getting more and more presumptuous. If we don't kill them today, they might even ride on the heads of the Demon Palace and behave atrociously in the future. The few of them glared at Qin Feiyang and the others with undisguised killing intent. Don't you dare. Xinxijia's eyes turned cold. She stepped in front of Qin Feiyang and the others and smiled. Don't be afraid. I'm here. The white-clothed youths looked at each other and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. A smile also appeared on Qin Feiyang's face. This little girl was still as kind and righteous as before. Xiajia. Theta Wang Chuan frowned. Xinshijia turned to look at the seven of them and said coldly, Get out of the way. You. Theta Wang Chuan felt that he had lost face. Do you really want me to tell you to get out? Xinshijia shouted. Theta Wang Chuan clenched his fists and turned to the six of them. He said angrily, Get out of the way. Senior brother. The six of them frowned. Hurry up. Theta Wang Chuan roared. The six of them unwillingly retreated to the side. Let's go. Xinxiajia looked at Qin Feiyang and the others and said with a smile, Then she looked at Theta Wang Chuan and said, "Don't bother me again in the future because you don't deserve it." After saying that, he walked out without looking back. The white-clothed youth and the black-clothed youth quickly followed behind Xinshijia. "Brother Feiyang, what about us?" Lin Yi looked at Qin Feiyang, who was still sitting at the table. Qin Feiyang smiled faintly, got up, and took Lin Yi. He walked past Theta Wang Chuan and the others and walked toward the door. "Wait. I will let you know the price of offending me." Theta Wang Chuan's voice came into Qin Feiyang and Lin Yi's minds. Lin Yi's eyes flashed with murderous intent immediately. Sigh. Qin Feiyang sighed and stopped. He turned to look at Theta Wang Chuan and shook his head. "You have missed too many opportunities." "What do you mean?" This sudden sentence made Theta Wang Chuan somewhat inexplicable. "It means that you have missed a lot of opportunities to survive." "Boom!" Lin Yi said coldly. In an instant, a terrifying aura burst out from his body. The entire Tianhua building shook suddenly. Theta Wang Chuan and the others spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out on the spot. End of this chapter. Chapter 43-32. N. Xinshijia and the two young men looked back at Lin Yi in surprise. The same went for the other guests and waiters in the restaurant. "What's going on? Someone actually dares to make trouble in the Tianhua restaurant? Don't you know who is behind the Tianhua restaurant?" The people on the street outside also stopped and gathered around the door to see the situation inside. Theta Wang Chuan and the other two smashed a few tables and chairs and rolled on the ground awkwardly. Then they all stared at Lin Yi, who was standing next to Qin Feiyang, in disbelief. Her aura is so terrifying? The young man in white and the young man in black recovered from their shock. They glanced at the embarrassed Theta Wang Chuan and the other two, and then at the murderous Lin Yi. Then they ran to Qin Feiyang and said in surprise, "Brother, your sister, my sister has a bad temper." Qin Feiyang chuckled. Lin Yi couldn't help but roll her eyes when she heard this. "If I didn't feel your murderous intent, would I make a move? It's not a problem of temper, but her strength." The two were surprised and doubtful. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "I forgot to tell you that my sister was born with extraordinary talent, so her strength is quite strong." When the two heard this, they looked at each other. "Just quite strong? Isn't this too modest? This aura has definitely reached the strength of the great perfection dominator realm." They really misjudged. They didn't expect this so-called country bumpkin in their eyes to hide such a terrifying cultivation. When Xinshijia recovered from her shock, she was also shocked. Although she used to live in the Shen family village, she had seen the world when Qin Feiyang and others fought with the king and the others over the Shen family village. At this moment, the aura revealed by Lin Yi was more than the great perfection dominator realm. It was comparable to the giants of the major forces. So, this brother and sister are definitely not a nobody, let alone a country bumpkin. "You are presumptuous. How dare you make a move in my Tianhua restaurant?" The waiter recovered from his shock and immediately glared at Qin Feiyang and Lin Yi. "Noisy!" Lin Yi turned her head abruptly. An invisible oppression was overwhelming. The shop assistant spurted blood on the spot, flew out, and smashed into the counter behind. With a cracking sound, the counter shattered, and the wine jars on it fell to the ground. "Reckless fool, I've tolerated you for a long time." Lin Yi glanced at the shop assistant contemptuously, then looked at Theta Wang Chuan and the others again. "What do you want? We are disciples of the Devil Palace. Senior Brother Wang is a core disciple of the Devil Palace." The seven of them couldn't help but tremble as they shouted in fear. Lin Yi sneered, "Don't talk about you mere disciples. Even if your demon palace's law enforcers come, I will still kill them." Hearing those words, everyone present couldn't help but be stunned. Even the enforcers of the Devil Palace were killed? How much strength and guts did one need to be in order to say such arrogant words? What happened? What happened? At this moment, accompanied by a hurried roar, A figure hurriedly ran into the restaurant. The steward is back. You are dead meat. When the shop assistant saw this person, he immediately got up and smiled viciously at Qin Feiyang and Linny. He immediately ran to the steward and shouted, "Steward, they are making trouble in our Tianwei restaurant." Making trouble in our Tianwei restaurant? When the steward heard this, he immediately raised his eyebrows and looked up at Qin Feiyang and Linny. A crooked stick will have a crooked shadow. You, steward, should be taught a lesson. Linny's eyes surged with cold light, and an invisible coercion oppressed the steward. Puff! The steward also spurted a mouthful of blood and stepped back again and again. His face was pale. So strong! The steward's eyes trembled. After stabilizing his footsteps, he quickly cupped his hands and said, "Tianwei Restaurant's chief steward, Li Si, greets this young lady. Although I don't know what happened, please calm down." Li Si? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. Why does this name sound a bit familiar? Brother Feiyang, don't tell me you know him? Linny transmitted her voice. This name is indeed a bit familiar, but I have no impression of this person at all. Qin Feiyang murmured. Linny smirked secretly and said, "Since you have no impression, then I will help you Qing and Yi Miao teach these underlings a lesson." Qin Feiyang laughed involuntarily. But suddenly, he stopped Linny, looked at the steward suspiciously, and asked, "Are you from Tianwei Restaurant in Qianshan City in the North Continent?" "And?" The steward looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise and asked, "How do you know?" "It's really you." Qin Feiyang chuckled. "Have you seen me before? Are you also from Qianshan City in the North Continent?" The steward was suspicious. "I am not." Qin Feiyang shook his head. In fact, he didn't know this person. He just heard Demon Ancestor and others mention it. Li Si was originally not in the East Continent, but in Qianshan City in the North Continent. Qianshan City was a very small city. At that time, Li Si was an unknown waiter in Tianwei Restaurant in Qianshan City. According to Demon Ancestor and others, when the Tianyun realm and the Divine Kingdom held a friendly competition, Ryuko and Jiang Yinshuang wanted to kill Demon Ancestor, Mu Tianyan, Dong Xingyang, and Mu Qing, and sent a young man to monitor them. As a result, in order to find their old enemy, Demon Ancestor, and the others entered Qianshan City and found this person following them. They happened to enter Tianwei Restaurant and met Li Si. At that time, Demon Ancestor asked Li Si to help tease this young man from the Divine Kingdom. This Li Si was really a talent. He took an ordinary jade bottle as a family heirloom and finally forced the young man from the Divine Kingdom to kneel and apologize in public. Seeing that this person was so clever, Demon Ancestor and others specially mentioned him when they met Yueqing later. It was because Li Si teased the young man from the Divine Kingdom and forced him to kneel and apologize that Qin Feiyang found it very interesting. So when he heard Demon Ancestor and others mention this matter, Qin Feiyang had a special impression of it. He just didn't expect that after not seeing him for so many years, such a young waiter would actually come to Cloud Sea City and become the manager of Tianwei Restaurant. It seemed that this person's ability was really good. Because if this person's ability wasn't good enough, even with the care of Demon Ancestor and others, Yueqing wouldn't have let this person manage the Tianwei Restaurant. After all, the manager of the main store was below one person and above everyone else. Wait a moment. I believe Demon Ancestor and the others won't be wrong. Qin Feiyang secretly said to Linny, and then looked at Li Si and asked, "As the manager here, don't you stay in Tianwei Restaurant to look after it?" No. It just so happens that I need to go out for some business today. I usually stay in the store. But I didn't expect such a big thing to happen soon after I left. Please calm down. After I investigate, I will give you a satisfactory explanation," Li Si said. "Okay." Qin Feiyang nodded, looked at Linny, and said with a smile, "You explained to the manager how this waiter flattered Theta Wang Chuan and how he drove us out of Tianwei Restaurant." "Okay." Linny nodded. She felt that it was completely unnecessary. But since Qin Feiyang wanted to do this, he must have his reasons. In fact, Qin Feiyang's purpose was very simple. He just wanted to see if this Li Si would deal with it impartially. If he would, Demon Ancestor and others really didn't misjudge. But if this person abused his position for personal gain, then don't blame him for being impolite. After all, he also contributed to the establishment of Tianwei Restaurant. After a while, Lin Yi finished explaining the whole process. Li Si turned his head to look at the waiter. His face was full of anger. The waiter quickly knelt on the ground and said in horror, "Sir Manager, I was forced to do it. You didn't quibble. That really surprised me." Li Si's eyes were gloomy. When the waiter heard this, he couldn't help but want to cry. With so many people witnessing it, how dare he quibble? "Who forced you to do it?" Li Si asked. "It must be Theta Wangchuan. If I don't listen to him, I won't have a good time," the waiter said quickly. Li Si said angrily, "If you don't listen to him, you won't have a good time. Is he so powerful?" The waiter wanted to cry but had no tears. Li Si said, "I don't want to hear anything else now. Just tell me, what do I usually tell you?" The waiter quickly said, "You said that when we do business in Tianwei Restaurant, we must be honest and fair. We can't go against our conscience and treat the customer as God. You still remember? But what are you doing now? The siblings are guests of Tianwei Restaurant. They were bullied in Tianwei Restaurant. As a member of Tianwei Restaurant, not only did you not protect them, you even helped the troublemakers to drive them away? I want to ask you, who gave you the authority to do this?" Li Si shouted. "I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Sir Manager, please give me another chance." The waiter was terrified. "You ruined the reputation of Tianwei Restaurant, and you want me to give you another chance? You should be very lucky that I didn't kill you. Get out of here right now. From now on, you are not allowed to take half a step into Tianwei Restaurant." Li Si pointed at the door and shouted, "Sir Manager." The waiter looked up at Li Si, his eyes full of pleading. "Get out!" Li Si shouted, killing intent flashing. The waiter shuddered and hurriedly ran out, tears of regret flowing down his face. Although he was only a waiter in Tianwei Restaurant, one must know that Tianwei Restaurant had become the fifth force in the Sky Cloud realm. Even if he was just a small waiter, he could still get a lot of benefits. Moreover, as long as he was willing to work hard, there was still a great future. Just like Li Si, who was originally an inconspicuous waiter, but now he had become the manager of the main store, his status was second only to the two building masters. What kind of status and glory was this? But because of a moment's mistake, he lost all of this. Not bad. Qin Feiyang muttered. "I'm really sorry, both of you. I really didn't expect that my waiter in Tianwei Restaurant would do such a thing. I apologize to both of you on his behalf." Li Si walked to the front of Qin Feiyang and cupped his hands and said, "It's okay." Qin Feiyang waved his hand and secretly laughed. "Back then, the Demon Ancestor and the others really didn't misjudge you. You are indeed a talent. Follow Yue Qing and Yimiao well and they will not treat you badly in the future." Demon Ancestor. Li Si's gaze trembled as he raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Moreover, he called the two building masters by their names. Who was this person? Chapter 43-33. Now, in the Tianyun realm, only the dragons, phone people, and Kirin clan dared to call the two tower masters by their names, excluding the giants of various forces. Could it be this pair of brother and sister came from the three major races? If they were from the three major races, then they couldn't afford to be negligent. Although the status of the human race in the Tianyun realm had improved with the help of Qin Feiyang and others, it was still far from the three major races. The most obvious difference was the foundation of the human race and the three major races. It would take many years to catch up with the foundation of the three major races. The shop assistant was expelled. Many people appreciated Li Si's approach. because at least it proved that the manager of the Tianhua building was not a person who fawned over the powerful. However, appreciation was appreciation. Theta Wang Chuan and the others were still there, but they didn't dare to show it. After all, they were afraid of offending the 7 people. Theta Wang Chuan looked at Li Si, then looked at Qin Feiyang and Lin Yi. A hint of resentment flashed in his eyes. He looked at the other 6 people and said in a deep voice, "Let's go!" He had nothing to do with the shop assistant, but in this situation, Li Si expelled the shop assistant, which was tantamount to slapping his face. He would remember this debt. Wait! But at this moment, Li Si stopped the 7 people. "Is there anything else?" Theta Wang Chuan turned his head and stared at Li Si. His eyes were burning with anger. "The next time you come to my Tianhua building, please remember to make a reservation in advance. Don't make such a joke again. Moreover, my Tianhua building is not specially open for your Demon Hall. Even if you are the core disciples of Demon Hall, in my eyes, you are no different from others. You are all guests of my Tianhua building. I treat you all equally. Also, let me give you a piece of advice. The next time you come to my Tianhua building, don't be so arrogant. Others are afraid of you Demon Hall disciples, but my Tianhua building is not. You will slowly understand the reason. When you leave, settle the bill by the way." After Li Si finished speaking, he looked at the 7 people expressionlessly. Others are afraid of Demon Hall disciples, but Tianhua building is not. This sentence was full of meaning. Li Si was indirectly telling the 7 of them not to think about taking revenge on the Tianhua Tower because the backer behind the Tianhua Tower was the same as the backer behind the Devil Hall, Qin Feiyang. Even the big shots of your Demon Hall have to be polite to the Heavenly Joy Pavilion, let alone you mere disciples. Theta Wang Chuan stared darkly at Li Si. He took out a pile of soul stones and threw them on the table. Then, he led the other 6 people and left without a word. After the 7 people left, the surrounding guests could not help but give Li Si a thumbs up. In the meantime, the way he looked at Qin Feiyang and Lin Yi also changed. This was a form of awe. Of course. There was also a trace of doubt. Who exactly were these siblings? A woman who looked so delicate and delicate actually possessed such terrifying strength. Once again, I'm sorry. Li Si turned his head to look at Qin Feiyang and the other man. He cupped his hands and smiled. I'm fine. Qin Feiyang waved his hand. Xinxiajia walked over, bowed, and said, I also apologize to the 2 of you on behalf of the Devil Hall. This has nothing to do with you. After all, no matter where it is, there are always some black sheep. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Thank you. When I return to the Devil Hall, I will immediately report this matter to the law enforcers above. I hope the 7 of them can get the punishment they deserve. Xinxiajia said. Hope? Lin Yi was slightly taken aback and said suspiciously. They despise the creatures of the Eastern continent so much. According to the rules, they must be severely punished to restore the reputation of the Devil Hall. Why do you say they are hope? It's a long story. Xinxiajia shook her head and sighed. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and looked at Xinxiajia with a smile. Theta Wang Chuan is not a good person. You have to keep your eyes open. There was a hint of concern in his words. Thank you for your kind reminder, big brother. But I have never had a good impression of this person. The reason why I came to the Tianhua Tower this time is purely because we are from the same sect. Xinxiajia smiled. That's good. Qin Feiyang breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that this girl would be bewitched by his sweet words. If there's nothing else, I will go back first. Xinxiajia said. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded. Xinxiajia smiled at Lin Yi and Li Si again, then turned and walked away quickly. Brother, you are too disloyal. Your sister is so powerful, but you didn't tell us. You made us worry for so long. The young man in black and the young man in white immediately surrounded Yi Shiwen with a hint of displeasure. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Brothers, don't be angry. My sister likes to keep a low profile. I can't do anything about it. The young man in white pouted, glanced at the guests around, and asked in a low voice, "Brother, should we continue to sit in the Tianhua Tower or go to the western continent now?" "Let's sit for a while." Qin Feiyang chuckled. "But," the young man in white hesitated. "Are you afraid that they will find someone to take revenge?" Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. "And?" The young man in white nodded and whispered, "This Theta Wang Chuan is not a kind person at first glance. We should stay away from him. It's okay. As long as I am here, they won't dare to mess around even if they have a few guts." The four of you can eat and drink without worry. Furthermore, to express my apologies, all of your expenses today will be on me," Li Si said. The young man in white was still a little worried. "Since the steward said so, what are we afraid of? We can meet in the vast sea of people. Now we have been through thick and thin together. This is the fate given to us by God. We can't let down God's good intentions. Let's go. Let's continue drinking." Qin Feiyang dragged the two of them and walked toward the table with pride. The two looked at each other and smiled helplessly. They could only sit down again. Linny looked at this scene and couldn't help but shake her head and laugh. It seems that Brother Feiyang appreciates these two people very much. Li Si had been looking at Qin Feiyang and Linny. His eyes were full of suspicion. Who are they? After the four of them were seated, he looked at a few waiters not far away and ordered, "Hurry up and tidy up the hall. While you're at it, tell the kitchen to add a few dishes and jugs of wine so that these four guests can eat and drink to their heart's content." "Yes." Several guys immediately got busy. Calm gradually returned to the hall. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "Two brothers, I haven't asked your names yet." "Your names?" The two of them looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "Brother, aren't you making fun of us? We are just two little people. What's the point of asking for our names? Don't look down on yourself so much. Maybe you can become someone like Theta Wang Chuan in the future, or even better than them." Qin Feiyang smiled. "Stop. I don't like to hear that. What do you mean by becoming someone like him? People with bad intentions like him will suffer retribution." The young man in white glared at Qin Feiyang with dissatisfaction. "Ugh!" Qin Feiyang was stunned. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Brother, you misunderstood me. I mean his strength. I believe that the strength and status of the two brothers in the future will definitely not be worse than him. It turns out to be like this. I thought you said that we will become villains like him in the future." The young man in white laughed dryly, pondered for a while, and sighed. "But then again, although Theta Wang Chuan's character is not good, his talent and strength are really good. I am afraid it will never be possible to catch up with him, or surpass him. Although we also want to make a name for ourselves, this is something that we know ourselves well enough to do." The young man in black nodded. "So unconfident?" Qin Feiyang was surprised. Both of their personalities and conduct were top-notch. The only thing lacking was their self-confidence. After pondering for a while, Qin Feiyang smiled and said, "If one day. If the two brothers can become an overlord one day, will you still fight for injustice and uphold justice like today?" "Of course." If you start to be selfish when you become stronger, how can you still be considered a powerhouse? The responsibility of the powerhouse is to protect the weak and maintain peace. The two spoke without thinking and hesitation. Their words were sonorous and firm. Qin Feiyang and Linny looked at each other. These were the talents that should be cultivated. People like Theta Wang Chuan were just a facade. Linny smiled and said, "When the two brothers become successful in the future, don't forget us siblings." When the two heard this, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The young man in white looked at Qin Feiyang and shook his head. "Brother, your sister took it seriously." "Haha, who can predict what will happen in the future?" Qin Feiyang laughed heartily. Linny had not been so happy for a long time. She even accompanied the two young men to drink and teased. After talking for a long time, It seems that I didn't say your names. Are the two brothers some big shots? Don't dare to reveal your real name? Big shots? The two smiled bitterly again. The young man in white said, My name is Serene, and he is Fang Xian. We have known each other for many years. Although we are not blood brothers, we are no different from blood brothers. Serene Fang Xian. Lin Yi pondered for a while, looked at the two and said, Your two names add up to Ren Xian. No wonder you have such good personalities. It turns out that you have good names. Good names? Serene and Fang Xian looked at each other, then looked at Qin Feiyang and shook their heads. Your sister is really humorous. Ha ha. Qin Feiyang laughed. This girl is indeed more cheerful than when she was in the ancient world. It seems that little rabbit has been well taken care of in Sky Cloud Island all these years. The young man in black, Fang Xian said, Don't just tell us our names. What about you and your sister? Don't tell us that you are nameless. We, Qin Feiyang and Lin Yi looked at each other and smiled. We are really nameless. Su Ren's mouth twitched, and he said speechlessly, Brother, you are a bit dishonest. We have already told you, but you still hide it from us. This, Qin Feiyang was about to speak. Boom! But at this moment, a powerful aura descended over the Tianwei building. There was a murderous aura in the aura. End of this chapter. Chapter 43-34. This is. Su Ren and Fang Xian were shocked and immediately put down their wine glasses. Because there were 7 auras inside. They were Theta Wang Chuan's group of 7. Obviously, they were here to take revenge. Sure enough, they came. Qin Feiyang was very calm. But in this calmness, there was a monstrous murderous aura. Fang Xian and Su Ren didn't feel it, but Lin Yi clearly felt Qin Feiyang's anger at this moment. She also knew. Previously, Qin Feiyang didn't kill Theta Wang Chuan's group of 7 in order to test the attitude of the Demon Palace's management. At this time, these people came menacingly. They didn't seem to be here to apologize. Li Si also ran out in a hurry. Looking at Qin Feiyang's group of 4, he comforted. You don't have to be nervous. I will go out and talk to them. After saying that, he quickly ran out of the restaurant. When he looked up, he saw 10 figures standing in the sky. In addition to Theta Wang Chuan's group of 7, the other 3 were law enforcers of the Demon Palace. Their aura was very powerful. Let's go out and take a look too. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly, put down his wine glass, got up, and walked out of the door. A cold light flashed in Lin Yi's eyes, and she also got up. Fang Xian and Su Ren looked at each other, and quickly followed. Their faces were full of worry. It turns out to be the law enforcers of the Demon Palace. Li Si chuckled, rose into the air, and landed opposite the 3. He cupped his hands and said, May I know what brings the 3 of you to my Tianwei building? Don't ask when you already know the answer. Quickly ask those 4 reckless things to come out and accept their death. Otherwise, don't blame us for not showing mercy to the 2 tower masters of your Tianwei building. The 3 law enforcers said angrily and arrogantly. Li Si's eyes sank and said, The 3 of you, this is too much. I have investigated this matter. The ones who caused the trouble are the disciples of your Demon Palace. As law enforcers, shouldn't you discipline them? You don't need to worry about this. We will definitely discipline those who need to be disciplined. However, we will not let off those who offend the dignity of our Demon Hall. As for your Tianwei Tower, don't think that you can look down on my Demon Hall just because you have someone backing you. Back then, if my Demon Hall hadn't agreed to let your Tianwei Tower develop in the Eastern Continent, would you be where you are today? The 3 law enforcers sneered. Good, you guys are being unreasonable. All right. As long as I'm here today, no one can touch the guests of Tianwei Tower, Li Si roared. He had seen the changes in the demonic hall over the years. But as a businessman, he couldn't care less about these things. Who would have thought that they would actually bully the Tianwei Tower now? If they were to swallow their anger, wouldn't the Tianhua Pavilion have to kneel before the Demon Hall in the future in order to survive in the Eastern continent? You! Don't overestimate yourself. Although you are the manager here, your strength is not even comparable to an ordinary disciple of my Demon Hall. If you know what's good for you, get lost immediately. Otherwise, even if we kill you now, Yuaqing and Yimiao won't dare to do anything to us. The 3 law enforcers were domineering. Theta Wangchuan and the other 6 were sneering. How dare these people overestimate themselves and go against the Demon Hall? Aren't they courting death? Wait! But at this moment, Shin Xiaojia hurriedly flew over. Looking at the 3 law enforcers, she said anxiously, I witnessed everything that happened in Tianhua Tower. It was indeed Theta Wangchuan and the others who started the trouble first. You guys can't continue to be so unreasonable. Shin Xiaojia, what are you saying? As a disciple, aren't you a little lacking in manners to say that we, the law enforcers, are being unreasonable? One of the law enforcers glared at Shin Xiaojia angrily. Wasn't she trying to undermine him? But I'm telling the truth. If you guys continue to be like this, I can only look for Elderhua. Shin Xiaojia clenched her fists. Even if you want to look for Elderhua, you have to first punish these people who offended our Demon Hall's prestige. The 3 law enforcers' eyes turned cold, and their aura surged out. The Demon Hall is truly awe-inspiring now. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. Linny stepped into the sky step by step, exuding a bone-chilling cold current. What are you doing? Brother, quickly ask your sister to come down. They are the law enforcers of the Demon Hall. They have the power to kill all creatures in the Eastern continent. We can't afford to offend them. Serene and Fang Xian quickly looked at Qin Feiyang and said, It's okay. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. He also stepped into the sky and landed beside Li Si. It's them. Theta Wangchuan pointed at Qin Feiyang and Li Si. Her eyes were full of murderous intent. Kill yourself, lest we have to take action. The 3 law enforcers looked at the 2 and said faintly, Kill myself? Qin Feiyang murmured. He looked at the 3 and said, As the law enforcers of the Demon Hall, you have the power to kill all creatures in the Eastern continent. Is this how you deal with it impartially? How dare you humiliate the law enforcers? You really haven't died yet. Theta Wangchuan laughed angrily. Linny's eyes turned cold. She suddenly took a step forward and instantly landed in front of Theta Wangchuan. What a fast speed, this seems to be. Instant time. The 3 law enforcers' eyes widened. It turned out to be the supreme profundity of the law of time, instant time. What do you want to do? Theta Wangchuan panicked and quickly retreated. Linny grabbed Theta Wangchuan and returned to Qin Feiyang's side in an instant. Let him go! He is the core disciple of my Demon Hall. No matter who you are, as long as you dare to hurt him, there is no way you can survive today. The 3 law enforcers regained their senses and quickly shouted. Linny ignored them at all. She raised her hand and slapped Theta Wangchuan's face. B*TCH! Theta Wangchuan roared. But before he could finish his words, Linny slapped him again. She was extremely strong. His teeth were scattered all over the floor. Awesome! Beating a core disciple in front of the law enforcers. I have never seen such a bold person. Moreover, it's a woman. The people in the city below were all dumbfounded as they watched. This was a complete slap to the face of the Demon Hall. Preposterous, preposterous. The 3 law enforcers trembled with anger. The faces of the other 6 disciples turned pale. This woman's means were beyond imagination. Fortunately, they didn't speak before. Otherwise, they would be the ones getting beaten up now. Qin Feiyang looked at the 3 law enforcers and asked, Who is the person in charge of your Demon Hall now? N? The 3 law enforcers looked at Qin Feiyang in surprise. Say it, Qin Feiyang said. Why should I tell you? Who do you think you are? The 3 law enforcers roared in fear. Although Qin Feiyang had no aura at this moment and looked like an ordinary person, The invisible oppression made it difficult for the three to breathe. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. Lisi looked at Qin Feiyang and whispered, "Now, the person in charge of the Demon Hall is the 3 Hall Masters." 3 Hall Masters? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. Yes. They are the Resource Hall Master, Deacon Hall Master, and Law Enforcement Hall Master. Lisi nodded. Law Enforcement Hall Master? Qin Feiyang and Linny looked at each other and asked suspiciously, "Isn't the Law Enforcement Hall Master Elderhua?" Lisi explained. Elderhua has already given up the position of Hall Master. The current Law Enforcement Hall Master is the former Deputy Hall Master. So that's the case. Qin Feiyang nodded, looked at Xinxiujia, and said with a smile, "Girl, go and invite your 3 Hall Masters over." Girl? Xinxiujia looked at Qin Feiyang in astonishment. The other party doesn't look old. Why did he call me a girl? Go quickly. Qin Feiyang smiled slightly. Okay. Xinxiujia nodded. She opened a teleportation altar and walked up. The other party's smile seemed to have an irresistible charm. He even invited the 3 Hall Masters over? What does he want to do? Isn't he afraid that the 3 Hall Masters will come and take his life? Everyone's faces were full of surprise. Fang Xian and Su Ren were also shocked. This brother and sister pair seemed to be more terrifying than they imagined. Stop fighting. I'm begging you. Theta Wang Chuan couldn't bear it anymore. She knelt in the void, looking at Lin Yi and begging. Her face was rotten. Her flesh was badly mutilated. It looked extremely tragic. Trash. Lin Yi smiled disdainfully and slapped her again. Theta Wang Chuan immediately rolled in front of the 3 law enforcers like a dead dog. The other 6 disciples quickly stepped forward to help Theta Wang Chuan up and hid behind the 3 law enforcers. Their faces were full of fear. The 3 law enforcers' faces weren't much better. Their faces were ashen. About 100 breaths. Teleportation altars appeared one after another. That's right. There was more than one teleportation altar. There were at least 50 to 60 altars. Following closely, one by one, figures began to appear. There were more than a dozen people on each altar. 50 to 60 altars meant a total of 600 to 700 people. Except for Xinxiujia, the others were all unfamiliar faces. Among them, 3 were the most prominent. All 3 of them were middle-aged. They wore gorgeous costumes with their hands behind their backs. They were like kings descending to the mortal world, exuding a domineering aura. The rest were all wearing the same costumes. Their aura was powerful, and their eyes were sharp. They were all law enforcers of the demonic palace. Moreover, the aura exuded by these law enforcers was stronger than the 3 law enforcers standing in front of Theta Wang Chuan. Obviously, they weren't here to apologize. Why did they bring so many law enforcers? This isn't good. Fang Xian and Su Ren's faces were full of worry. Li Si's pupils couldn't help but shrink. With such a terrifying lineup, it seems that we must ask the 2 house masters to come back to deal with it. However, Qin Feiyang and Lin Yi didn't change their expressions from beginning to end. They looked at the 3 hall masters. Lin Yi was a complete stranger. However, Qin Feiyang more or less had an impression of the 3 of them, because he often went to the demonic palace in the past. He had occasionally seen these 3 people, but because of the disparity in status, he had never come into contact with them. He didn't even know their names. Lord Hall Masters, you have to uphold justice for this disciple. Look, what did they do to me? Theta Wang Chuan ran in front of the 3 Hall Masters and complained with grievances. The 3 Hall Masters glanced at Theta Wang Chuan, who was beyond recognition, and looked up at Qin Feiyang and Lin Yi. You guys are too bold to touch my demonic palace's disciple. The person who spoke was the current Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall. End of this chapter. Chapter 43-35. I'm beating him because he deserves a beating, Qin Feiyang said calmly. Do you have to look at the owner before beating a dog? Hearing this, the eyes of the Deacon Hall Master and the Resource Hall Master instantly turned cold. Qin Feiyang said, Since he's a dog, shouldn't you, the owner, be responsible for him? He's really arrogant. The eyes of the 3 Hall Masters turned cold. The hundreds of enforcers behind them immediately swarmed forward and surrounded Qin Feiyang and the Deacon Hall Master. Qin Feiyang looked at the surrounding enforcers and could not help but sigh deeply. He turned to look at the 3 Hall Masters and said disappointedly, I thought that when you guys came, you would deal with this matter impartially. However, it seems that I've been thinking too much. You beat up the disciples of the Demon Hall. Now we're executing you on the spot. Isn't this dealing with you impartially? The Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall sneered. Is this what you mean by impartially? Is this what Elder Hu taught you? Qin Feiyang looked at the Hall Master. Don't be presumptuous. The Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall was instantly enraged. Sigh. You've betrayed Elder Hu's trust in you. Elder Hu, I gave you the position of the Hall Master of the Law Enforcement Hall in the hope that you'll be able to protect the safety of the Demon Hall. However, look at the enforcers under you now. What have they become? And these disciples have been abusing their power outside all day. As managers, you guys actually turned a blind eye to them. That's not right. You're not turning a blind eye to them. You're indulging them and siding with them. Have you ever thought that if this goes on, the Demon Hall will be destroyed in your hands sooner or later? Qin Feiyang's current mood could only be described with one word: heartache. When the 3 Hall Masters heard these words, their eyes were filled with murderous intent. They shouted in unison, Kill this thief immediately and show the might of the Demon Hall! Boom! Hundreds of enforcers immediately unleashed a terrifying aura. However, at this moment, an even more terrifying aura surged out. In an instant, it enveloped the entire sky above the city. Anyone who was under this aura was unable to move. The 3 Hall Masters and the group of enforcers turned pale with fright. Li Si stood beside Qin Feiyang and felt it most vividly. Suddenly, the cultured and refined young man next to him seemed to have turned into a terrifying wild beast, causing people to feel fear and despair. This is his strength. It's indeed beyond our imagination. Below, Serene and Fang Xian were also dumbfounded. They knew that this little brother was definitely not simple. After all, even his younger sister was so strong. However, he had never imagined that it would be so terrifying. Qin Feiyang turned to look at Linny and said with a smile, As a core disciple of the demonic hall, you idle around all day, bully the people, and waste a lot of resources. What should we do with such a person? He deserves to die. Linny spoke coldly. She stepped in front of Theta Wang Chuan and smashed Theta Wang Chuan's head with her palm. His soul was annihilated on the spot. All that was left was a headless corpse floating in the air. It was a ghastly sight. The eyes of the people in the city below trembled. Kill him just like that? As a disciple of the demonic hall, you spend all day in the restaurant, seeking pleasure and indulging in debauchery. What should we do? Qin Feiyang said again. You deserve to die. As the cold words sounded, the other 6 disciples of the demonic hall splattered their blood in the sky one after another. Corpses floated in the air as blood gushed out. The void here had been dyed red with blood. The scene was extremely bloody. The people in the city were all dumbfounded. It was not enough to kill one, but to kill all of them. The siblings were challenging the demonic hall's divine might. Where did their courage and confidence come from? As a law enforcer of the demonic hall, you can't distinguish between right and wrong. What should we do? Qin Feiyang spoke again. This voice was like the sound of the bell of death. The 3 law enforcers who came first were killed on the spot. They even killed law enforcers? Everyone's eyes widened in anger. This was too crazy. The demonic hall's disciples and law enforcers were 2 completely different concepts. If the former was said to be provoking the demonic hall, the latter was equivalent to directly opposing the demonic hall. In the current sky cloud realm, who would go against the demonic hall? Even the phone people, dragons, and Chilans had to be courteous to the demonic hall. Where did these two people come from? After killing so many people, weren't they afraid of the demonic hall's revenge? Helping the tyrant do evil, helping the villain do evil, and not being fair. What should we do? The sound of the bell of death sounded again. At this time, the Cloud Sea city was dead silent. Everyone stared at the woman in white in the sky. She was like the god of death, killing law enforcers one after another. The hundreds of law enforcers brought by the 3 hall masters were all killed in just a short while. Looking at this scene, even the 3 hall masters couldn't help but shiver. She killed hundreds of law enforcers without even batting an eyelid. What kind of existence did they offend this time? Qin Feiyang glanced at the 3 hall masters, looked at Linny, and said with a smile, "There's no need to talk about the remaining 3. Send them directly to hell and let them repent slowly." "Okay." Linny nodded and took a step towards the 3 of them. "No, please, we are the hall masters of the demonic hall. If you kill us, Elder Hua and the others won't let you go." The 3 of them roared in horror. "No. Elder Hua, Chu Yun, and the hall masters will thank me for helping them clean up the mess." Qin Feiyang shook his head. "You!" The 3 of them roared unwillingly. But there was no room for maneuver, and they died on the spot. With the death of the 3 hall masters, everyone present felt like they were struck by a bolt from the blue, and their minds were rumbling. Not to mention killing the disciples and law enforcers, but also killing the 3 hall masters? One must know. These 3 hall masters had a pivotal position in the demonic hall. Killing them would definitely cause the demonic hall to hunt them down. Why are you so stupid? Aren't you courting death? You can kill the disciples of the demonic hall, law enforcers, and the 3 hall masters. But can you kill the 3 overlords and 10 elders of the demonic hall? When these overlords come out of seclusion, where can you hide? There's no place for you in the entire sky cloud realm. Serene and Fang Xian were burning with anxiety. Why were you so impulsive? The wicked will be dealt with by the wicked. Why are you trying to show off? Xin Shijia and Li Si were stunned as well. Never had they imagined that the outcome would be like this. They'd thought that Qin Feiyang had sent the 3 hall masters to Ocean of Cloud City to resolve the enmity between them and avoid being hunted down by the demonic hall. But never had they imagined that he'd actually intended to kill them. Now they'd really caused a huge mess. No one could save this pair of brother and sister. "Do you think it's over just like that?" Qin Feiyang muttered to himself as he glanced at the corpses floating in midair, and then a cold glow suddenly flashed through his eyes. A moment later, one figure after another appeared in front of him. "Greetings, young master!" It was Pei Tianhong, Wang Changyuan, and the other commanders of the Dark Guard who led the group. The 6,000 Dark Guards stood in an orderly manner behind them. "Purge the demonic hall. Regardless of whether they're disciples of the demonic hall, law enforcers, or enforcement elders of the demonic hall, kill all of them without mercy. Besides that, the Independent Cultivator Alliance, Sky Hall, and Divine Hall will do the same. Clean up this trash for me." Qin Feiyang spoke. Even though the Independent Cultivator Alliance, Divine Hall, and Sky Hall had a good reputation, there were definitely some people like that amongst them. "Yes." Pei Tianhong, Wang Changyuan, and the other commanders bowed in response, and then they immediately led the 6,000 Dark Guards and vanished towards all directions while emanating a terrifying aura of slaughter. A merciless slaughter unfolded just like that. At the same time, Xinshijia, Li Si, and many others in the city below were staring at the backs of Pei Tianhong, Wang Changyuan, and the others. "Don't all of you think that they look very familiar?" "They do. They seem to be... Wait. They're Pei Tianhong and Wang Changyuan. The others seem to be former Dark Guards of the Blood Hall as well." But didn't they follow Qin Feiyang and the others to the Divine Kingdom? Why would they be here in Sky Cloud Dimension now? Could it be? In an instant, the gazes of everyone converged onto Qin Feiyang. Their eyes contained bewilderment, awe, surprise, expectation, and anxiety. In such a huge city, there was no sound at all at this moment. Qin Feiyang and Linny looked at each other and glanced at the people in the city below. Linny smiled and said, "Brother Feiyang, it seems that your identity can't be hidden anymore. When I asked Old Pei and Old Wang to come out, I already expected this outcome." Qin Feiyang smiled faintly. "Then you?" Linny asked. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and opened a space-time tunnel. He looked at Xinshijia and smiled. "Girl, go back and ask Elder Hua and the others to come to Sky Cloud Island." After speaking, without waiting for Xinshijia to recover, he raised his arm and grabbed in the air. Fan Xian and Su Rin below immediately rose into the air uncontrollably, and then disappeared into the space-time tunnel together. Xin Deige! At this time, Xinshijia finally regained her senses and hurriedly shouted, "Are you really Big Brother Qin?" "Yes. I'm back. At that time, come to Sky Cloud Island with Elder Hua and the others." Qin Feiyang's voice came out from the space-time tunnel. "It's really Qin Deige." Xinshijia looked at the dissipating space-time tunnel, and her eyes gradually filled with a mist. After so many years, this familiar person finally came back. "I have to hurry and tell Brother Dezhuang." When she recovered, Xinshijia immediately opened a teleportation altar. Regardless of the corpses of the three palace masters, she ran up without looking back. Chapter 43-36. The scene was still dead silent. It wasn't until Xinshijia left for a while that Li Si finally reacted. "He is Qin Feiyang, the guardian of our Sky Cloud realm. He has returned from the Divine Kingdom. No wonder he knows my origin. No wonder he dares to call the two Tower Lords by their names. Ha, so it's him." The initial murmurs turned into laughter. He even cried tears of joy. Similarly, Li Si's laughter also woke up the people in the city below. "Is it really Qin Feiyang? Am I dreaming?" "Brother, you're not dreaming. He just admitted it himself, and asked the big shots of the Demon Palace to immediately go to Sky Cloud Island to see him. I was wondering who had the guts to kill the disciples of the Demon Palace, the law enforcers, and the three hall masters. So it's him. Ha, as expected of him, he can't accept any sand in his eyes. Those arrogant fellows of the Demon Palace are finished." Everyone was extremely excited. Who did the Demon Palace rely on to have today? Wasn't it Qin Feiyang, Man Mo, and Golden Winged Wolf King? If it weren't for these three lords, the Demon Palace would have been destroyed by the three major races. No! Not to mention the three major races, the Blood Hall back then was enough to destroy the Demon Palace. Because back then, the Alliance Master of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance and the Divine Python couple were kidnapped by the Blood Demon. If the Blood Hall and the Vice Alliance Master's plot had succeeded, the Demon Palace would have disappeared from the Eastern continent long ago. Moreover, Qin Feiyang, Golden Winged Wolf King, and Man Mo were now the honorary Hall Masters of the Demon Palace. Just their status in the Demon Palace was equivalent to that of the Demon Palace's Hall Master. Just with this identity, he had the absolute strength to kill the three Hall Masters of the Law Enforcement Hall, the Deacon Hall, and the Resource Hall, not to mention a group of law enforcers and disciples. Theta Wang Chuan and the others are really blind. They actually provoked this person. If they don't die, it would be a waste of their stupidity. Look, who dares to be arrogant now? That's right. These scum of the Demon Royal Halls should have been dealt with long ago. Otherwise, do they really think that they can soar to the heavens? I can already predict that our eastern continent will soon return to an era of peace. Qin Feiyang is truly a great man. The crowd shouted. It was as if he had found a spiritual pillar. This was Qin Feiyang's current status in the Sky Cloud realm. The world revered and worshipped him. Very soon, the news of Qin Feiyang's return spread across the continents. This was like an unstoppable storm that swept through the entire sky cloud realm. Qin Feiyang? Grandpa, is the person they are talking about Qin Feiyang who destroyed the Blood Hall, supported the Rogue Cultivator Alliance and the Devil Hall, and suppressed the dragons, the Foam People, and the Kirin clan? Southern Continent. On a certain street. A 7 or 8-year-old boy asked innocently as he looked at an old man with teary eyes. Child, it's not just that. Back then, when the experts of the Divine Kingdom came, if it wasn't for this Lord Qin who led Man Nmo and the Golden-Winged Wolf King to fight at the front line, our sky cloud realm would have been destroyed by the Divine Kingdom. The old man rubbed the little boy's head and laughed hoarsely. Is it that powerful? The little boy didn't believe it. Child, you are very lucky and happy because you were born in this era of peace and didn't experience the difficulties back then. Back then, if it weren't for these lords who fought against the experts of the Divine Kingdom, I'm afraid we would still be uprooted from our homeland. The old man sighed. Are you talking about the Nether King's Hell? The little boy asked. That's right. Back then, when the Divine Kingdom invaded our sky cloud realm, we were forced to leave our homeland and enter the Nether King's Hell. Although it wasn't a long time ago, it was a painful memory that every living being would never be able to forget. Because during that time, everyone was filled with despair. Child, you can't understand this kind of experience. In the end, it was Qin Feiyang and the other lords who bravely stood up and brought us hope, rebirth, and brought us back to our homeland. The old man laughed. The tears in her eyes fell down uncontrollably. The little boy looked at the sky with an innocent and bright smile on his face. Grandpa, your grandson will definitely become a great figure like them in the future. No. Most of the so-called big shots are selfish people, Lin Feng said. You have to learn from these lords' breadth of mind, responsibility, and responsibility. You have to protect the sky cloud realm and the people of the world as your own responsibility. Only in this way will you be respected, understand? The old man lectured. I understand. The little boy nodded. The old man nodded with a gratified smile. He looked up at the sky and said with a smile, It's good that they came back from the Divine Kingdom alive. I hope the heavens will always care for them because they are truly good people. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The return of Qin Feiyang and the others could be said to be shocking. The sky cloud realm, which had been peaceful for a long time, suddenly became lively. Even many people couldn't control their inner worship and admiration. Regardless of the obstruction of the Sea Beast clan, they frantically rushed into the Sky Cloud Sea. Sky Cloud Island! At the edge of the cliff. Inside the pavilion! Why did you come back so soon? And who are they? Demon Ancestor, Feather Emperor, and the little rabbit looked at Qin Feiyang and Lin Yi suspiciously, as well as Su Ren and Fang Xian standing next to Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang and Lin Yi had restored their true appearances. At this moment, Su Ren and Fang Xian felt like they were living in a dream. It's really Qin Feiyang. It's exactly the same as described in the legend. There are also Blood Ancestor, Feather Emperor, and the Little Rabbit. These are all famous great figures in the Sky Cloud realm. Usually, they could only listen to the legends of these people, but they didn't expect that at this moment. They could see the demeanor of these great figures so closely. And this is still Sky Cloud Island. As everyone knows, Sky Cloud Island is the holy land of the Sky Cloud Sea. Not everyone can set foot on it. Qin Feiyang sat on the stone bench, picked up the teacup, and shook his head. I have some troubles. I'm not in the mood to continue strolling. Troubles? The three were taken aback. Qin Feiyang took a sip of tea, looked up at the three, and said unhappily, Why didn't you tell me about the situation of the Demon Palace? Don't tell me you don't know. It turns out to be because of the Demon Palace. Isn't this just a trivial matter? The little rabbit waved her hand indifferently. Trivial matter? Qin Feiyang's face turned black. You have to understand a truth: the peak of prosperity must decline. No matter how glorious the forces were, there will be a day of decline. The little rabbit said. But the demon palace doesn't seem to have been glorious for long? Qin Feiyang was speechless. But you can't manage the demon palace for the rest of your life. For example, your children in the future, they have to learn to be independent sooner or later. The little rabbit waved its paws with a very indifferent expression. Because in this life, it had seen too many forces rise and fall, so it was already indifferent. All right, I admit defeat. I can't win against you. Qin Feiyang shook his head helplessly, looked at Serene and Fang Xian, and said with a smile, Brothers, come and sit. Huh! The two of them panicked. Sit? Don't joke. You are all so powerful, how can we dare to be on equal footing with you? Serene hurriedly bowed and said, Sir, we didn't recognize you previously and even called you brothers. If we have offended you, please don't take it to heart. Qin Feiyang was helpless. Indeed, once his identity was exposed, there was no way to chat normally. Kid, who are they? The blood ancestor looked at the two of them suspiciously. Qin Feiyang smiled and said, Fang Xian, Serene, we met by chance at Tianwei building. Met by chance? The blood ancestor and the other two were stunned. Wasn't it the first time they met? The first time they met, he brought them to Sky Cloud Island. What the hell was this kid doing? Previously, they thought that they were friends that Qin Feiyang had met in the Sky Cloud realm. Qin Feiyang was about to speak. Buzz. At this moment, a space-time passage appeared. A middle-aged man quickly ran out. It was He Zhongtian. Is this the temple master of the temple? Serene and Fang Xian were shocked. He Zhongtian looked at Qin Feiyang sitting in the pavilion, and a trace of joy crept into his eyes. He hurriedly flew into the pavilion and knelt down on one knee. Subordinate He Zhongtian greets the young master. He actually knelt down. Serene and Fang Xian were shocked. Logically speaking, Qin Feiyang was the honorary temple master of the temple, and He Zhongtian, as the temple master of the temple, had the same status as Qin Feiyang. But now, not only did he kneel down, but he also called himself a subordinate. It seemed that some of the rumors were not groundless. Lord Qin was the honorary temple master of the three major forces, but in fact, his status was above that of the major forces. Get up! Do you want to shorten my lifespan by giving me such a big bow? Qin Feiyang looked at He Zhongtian with dissatisfaction. He Zhongtian stood up and scratched his head. As a dignified overlord, he actually acted charmingly naive. If outsiders saw this, they would definitely be surprised. Buzz! Another space-time passage appeared. A beautiful woman in colorful clothes led two middle-aged men out. They were the three major forces of the Sky Palace. As soon as the three major forces arrived, they immediately entered the pavilion and knelt down to pay their respects. What the? Fang Xian and Fang Xian were dumbfounded. If they did not see it with their own eyes, who would dare to believe this scene? All these years, have you been well? Qin Feiyang looked at He Zhongtian and the three major forces of the Sky Palace and smiled. Under your protection, we have been well. He Zhongtian nodded and asked, What about you? What he said was true. If it were not for Qin Feiyang, the mad scientist, and the white-eyed wolf, the four major forces were nothing in front of the Feng people, the dragons, and the Kirins. We have been well too. Qin Feiyang smiled. Buzz! At this moment, another space-time passage appeared. Several figures walked out one after another. The Alliance Master, the Deputy Alliance Master, the Hall of the Exalted Hall Master Yi Tian, Zhao Xiaojin, the Shinmeng couple, the Fire Dragon, and the Black Dragon and Fire Luan, who were entrusted by Qin Feiyang to oversee the Rogue Cultivator Alliance. Serene and Fang Xian looked at these people and could not help but gulp. Needless to say, the Alliance Master was an important figure who was respected by tens of thousands of people wherever he went. As for Yi Tian, Zhao Xiaojin, and the fire dragon, they were like the sun in the sky in the western mainland these years. This was because they had opened the door of potential and also obtained the law miniature. Moreover, they had a time array that lasted 5,000 years. In addition, they were originally talented, so their strength had improved a lot over the years. Even their reputation in the sky cloud realm had caught up with the foam people, the dragons, and the geniuses of the Kirins. So, many people of the younger generation knew them. End of chapter. Chapter 43-37. Qin Dage, good disciple! Good brother! A group of people appeared and ran into the pavilion. They looked at Qin Feiyang with smiles on their faces. Qin Feiyang also quickly got up. Looking at these faces that he hadn't seen in a long time, his eyes couldn't help but moisten. Because everyone here had an inseparable relationship with him. He loved Zhao Shaojin like a sister. Yi Tian, Fire Dragon, Black Dragon, Fire Luan, and the others were like brothers to him. The vice leader was his teacher. The alliance leader, the Hall of Famers, and the Fire Python couple were all elders that he respected. These were Qin Feiyang's family. Brother, there's no need to say anything else. Just come back alive. Black Dragon transformed into his human form and turned into a coarse man. He stepped forward and gave Qin Feiyang a big bear hug. Thank you, Brother Black Dragon. Qin Feiyang wiped away his tears. No matter how much time had passed, everyone's feelings for him would not fade. Is third brother that popular? Little Rabbit muttered and looked at Qin Feiyang. Fire Dragon bared his teeth and said, Uncle Rabbit, are you jealous? Or envious? Get lost. Little Rabbit glared at him. Qin Feiyang looked at the alliance leader and the others and asked, Where are senior brother and Xiao Xian? They're accompanying Zhua Tianxing, Lu Jingyuan, and Elder Yu. The alliance leader smiled. I see. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization. His future father-in-law indeed needed to be accompanied. Buzz. Another space-time tunnel appeared. The Blood Ancestor looked up and said with a smile, It seems that there won't be enough people here today. Now that the news of Qin Feiyang and the others' return had spread, their former friends and old friends would definitely come to Sky Cloud Island one after another. This is Uncle Rabbit's territory. When did it become a place for him to meet his friends? He doesn't treat himself as an outsider. Little Rabbit complained unhappily. We're not outsiders to begin with. Feather Emperor chuckled. As the space-time tunnel opened, two familiar figures entered his sight. They were none other than Qi Xiaoyun and the white-bearded old man. He seems to be... Serene and Fang Xian looked at Qi Xiaoyun in surprise. Brother Qin. Qi Xiaoyun laughed heartily as he walked over with his arms wide open. Brother Qi, how have you been? Qin Feiyang also went up to him with a smile, and the two men hugged each other. Of course. Of course, they would stop when it was appropriate. Otherwise, people would think that they were gay. It really is the young patriarch of the Qilin clan, Qi Xiaoyun. It is said that this person is the future master of the Kirin. Right now, the various large clans of the Qilin clan are all led by him. Fang Xian and the other man mumbled. This was too shocking. However, at this moment, another space-time tunnel. A gentle and refined middle-aged man walked out with a young man with an extraordinary bearing. Greetings, uncle. As soon as the middle-aged man appeared, Qin Feiyang immediately stepped forward and bowed. This was because this person was He Wenchang, Wu Wu's father. You still know to come back. I thought you had died in the Divine Kingdom. He Wenchang looked at Qin Feiyang with tears in his eyes. Father, what time is it now? Why are you still saying such inauspicious things? The young man beside him looked at He Wenchang speechlessly. Then, he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, Qin Dage, long time no see. You seem to have become more handsome. Is that so? You have a good eye. Qin Feiyang chuckled. This young man was Huafeng's younger brother, Pyrotechnic Glow. He was a young man who liked to drink. Right? I am the one with the best eye. Big brother, we haven't seen each other for so many years. Shouldn't you prepare a gift for me? Pyrotechnic Glow grinned. Qin Feiyang was stunned and said, Go find your brother-in-law. Brother-in-law? Brother-in-law is back too? Why don't I see him? Pyrotechnic Glow was slightly taken aback. He quickly looked around and didn't see anyone. Qin Feiyang glanced at the blood ancestor. The blood ancestor couldn't help but stare at the mention of the white-eyed wolf. What's wrong? Pyrotechnic Glow was suspicious. Nothing. Qin Feiyang shook his head and waved his hand. Hua Wu and Li Feng appeared. Father! Old man! The two immediately ran to Hua Wenchang and the blood ancestor. What old man? Do you want to be beaten up? The blood ancestor's face darkened. Hee, with your old bones, I'm afraid you won't be able to beat me now. Li Feng grinned. The blood ancestor's mouth twitched. He looked at Li Feng and patted his shoulder. Not bad, as expected of my disciple. Of course. Li Feng smiled proudly. At the same time, Hua Wenchang, and Hua Wu were also constantly asking about their well-being. After all, they had been separated for so many years. And they had gone to the Divine Kingdom. They must have a lot to say. Fang Xian and Su Ren were already numb. Not only the Kirin clan, but even the Feng people had come. As expected of Qin Feiyang. As soon as the news of his return spread, it attracted guests from all directions. Buzz. Soon. A space-time passage appeared again. The two looked up. Could it be the dragons? In fact, they didn't know that the dragons wouldn't come because Long Qin and Long Qin had already returned to the dragon nest. However, Qin Feiyang knew very well in his heart that it must be Elder Hua and the others. He also looked up at the space-time passage. Sure enough. The first to run out was Shinxiejia and Xindazhuang. As soon as the two came out, they saw so many people, and they were all overlords of the Sky Cloud realm. They couldn't help but be stunned. Then, they suppressed their excitement, and stepped forward to bow to each of them. The giants were naturally no stranger to Xinxiajia and Xindazhuang. Furthermore, they were full of praises for their talents. Of course, everyone knew that whether it was Xinxiajia or the others in the Shin family village, it was all because of Qin Feiyang that they could have today. After bowing to the giants, the two ran to Qin Feiyang. They were so excited that they couldn't speak. Especially Xindazhuang. Because Qin Feiyang not only changed the fate of the Shin family village, but also extended the life of his grandfather, Shin Milan. Otherwise, Shin Milan would have turned into a pile of yellow soil. Therefore, he not only respected Qin Feiyang, but also felt grateful. Just the two of you? Qin Feiyang asked. Just us for the time being. Xinxiejia nodded. What about Elder Hua and the others? Qin Feiyang was suspicious. They. Xinxiejia hesitated and sighed. After they came out of seclusion, they found it hard to imagine the current situation in the Devil Palace, so they personally went to investigate. I see. Qin Feiyang was enlightened. Naturally, there was no need to doubt Elder Hua, Chu Yun, and the Devil Palace's Hall Master. After all, their contributions to the Devil Palace and their sense of responsibility were obvious to all. One could only say that they had trusted the wrong person this time, handing such a heavy responsibility to the three Hall Masters. There were too many people, and the pavilion could no longer accommodate them. Everyone gathered on the flat ground at the top of the mountain and sat in a circle. Fang Xian and Su Ren sat silently at the side, not even daring to breathe loudly. Qi Shaoyun smiled and said, Brother Qin, you've caused such a huge commotion the moment you returned. This is really in line with your character. Do you think I want to do that? Ask Big Brother, the ancestor, and the ancestor. Didn't I tell them not to leak the news of our return? I didn't want to cause such a commotion. But there's no other way. It's hard not to be angry at the actions of the Devil Palace's disciples. Qin Feiyang shook his head and sighed. The Devil Palace has been too arrogant in recent years. Qi Shaoyan smiled. The others nodded silently. Qin Feiyang said helplessly, Then why did you all just sit back and do nothing? Do we dare to do anything? The Devil Palace is backed by you. Hu Wuchang chuckled. Qin Feiyang smiled bitterly. This reason was really irrefutable. Whoosh! At this time, another space-time tunnel appeared. A group of people filed out. They thought it would be Elder Hua and the others, but it turned out to be the 4 guardian beasts, the Sea Lion Emperor, and the other beast emperors. How could this be? Everyone stood up one after another to welcome them. And the ones to welcome them were naturally the 4 guardian beasts. The 4 guardian beasts had not only guarded the Sky Cloud realm for many years, but they were also the teachers of the Human Emperor and the Feather Emperor. Therefore, their status in the Sky Cloud realm was not to be underestimated. You're back. The young man smiled hoarsely, looking at Qin Feiyang with a kind gaze. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded and said, I'm sorry to have made the 4 seniors worry. Who asked us to be so useless? We can only worry silently in the Sky Cloud realm. Vermilion Bird shook her head and sighed. Look at what you're saying. In the past, if it weren't for the 4 of you selflessly guarding this land, how could there be today's Sky Cloud realm? And there wouldn't be a stage for us juniors to show our talents. Qin Feiyang smiled. No one could erase the dedication of the 4 guardian beasts to the Sky Cloud realm. No one was qualified to judge them. You brat, your mouth is as sweet as honey. Let's sit down and talk. Don't just stand there. Azure Dragon chuckled. Qin Feiyang looked at this happy scene with a smile on his face. Then, he turned to look at the Sea Lion Emperor and the other beast emperors. He chuckled and said, Seniors, have you finished the wine I gave you? The group of beast emperors looked at Qin Feiyang in astonishment. As soon as they met, he asked them if they had finished the wine. Could it be that in this kid's eyes, they were all drunkards? Qin Feiyang whispered. This time, when I came back from the Divine Kingdom, I brought back a lot of divine wine, and even a lot of top-grade divine wine. Really? The beast emperor's eyes lit up. Some of the beast emperors were even drooling. Qin Feiyang said. But they're all in Big Brother's hands. What? You gave them all to him? Then what are you saying now? It's not like you don't know that damn rabbit's character. Other things are fine, but divine wine, once it falls into his hands, can we still snatch it? The group of beast emperors looked at Qin Feiyang with resentment. Such a good thing, and you only think of your big brother, too heartless. Haha, that depends on your ability. Qin Feiyang laughed, walked to the side of Feather Emperor, sat down, and chatted with everyone. The Sea Lion Emperor and the other beast emperors walked over and stared at the little rabbit. At this moment, the fearless little rabbit couldn't help but feel her scalp tingle. End of chapter. Chapter 43-38. The time spent together was very happy. Especially the friends who had gone through life and death together. However, no matter who it was, Qin Feiyang never mentioned the Divine Kingdom to anyone. Because this pressure and responsibility could be shouldered by him, the mad scientist, and the others. There was no need to drag others into it. Time passed quietly. About an hour passed. Buzz. Along with the space-time tunnel, Elder Hua, Chu Yun, and the Demon Hall Master finally arrived. Looking at the group of people sitting on the mountain peak, the 3 of them were both happy and sad. They were happy that Qin Feiyang and the others had returned alive. This was because they treated Qin Feiyang, the mad scientist, and the white-eyed wolf as their own juniors. Although they had been in seclusion all these years, they often thought of Qin Feiyang and the others who were fighting in the Divine Kingdom. They wondered if they were in danger. Were they doing well? They put down the matters of the Demon Hall and cultivated in seclusion with all their might. They wanted to become stronger so that they could help Qin Feiyang and the others share some of the pressure in the future. They were sad because they had worked so hard to lead the Demon Hall to an unprecedented peak in glory, but now they had become like this. Although it was not their fault, they were also responsible. This was because they had personally handed over the management of the Demon Hall to the 3 Hall Masters. At this moment, they felt very guilty. The Demon Hall was able to achieve its current status because of Qin Feiyang and the others. But now, they had let down Qin Feiyang and the others. They could understand Qin Feiyang's current feelings. He must be very disappointed. Qin Feiyang stood up and greeted them with a smile. Elder Hua, Hall Master, Miss Chu Yun, long time no see. The 3 of them looked at each other and lowered their heads. They were a little embarrassed. Qin Feiyang comforted them. The 3 of you don't have to be like this. This has nothing to do with you. Don't comfort us. Elder Hua raised his head and looked at the Alliance Master, He Zhongtian, the Sky Palace Hall Master, and the other big shots on the mountain peak. He sighed and said, We are all managing a continent, but compared to them, we are really ashamed. In the past hour, they had not only investigated the current situation of the Devil Hall, but also the current situation of the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, Sky Hall, and Deities Hall. Compared to the current Rogue Cultivator Alliance, Sky Hall, and Deity Hall, their Demon Hall was simply too inferior. Although the ones at fault are the 3 Palace Masters, we can't escape the responsibility either. We shouldn't have gone into seclusion and should have come out occasionally to supervise. Chu Yun sighed, her face full of self-blame. It could be said that as the Vice Hall Master, she was more upset than anyone else that the demonic hall had fallen to such a state. This was because she had always treated the demonic palace as her home. Indeed, when she was very young, she had already entered the Devil Hall and had always lived there. The Devil Hall had long become an inseparable part of her life. With this lesson, I'll pay more attention in the future. Come on, let's sit down and talk. Moreover, I even selected 2 promising geniuses for the Devil Hall during this trip to the city. Qin Feiyang smiled. Promising geniuses? The 3 of them were stunned. Yes. Qin Feiyang nodded. He's not talking about us, right? Fang Xian and Su Ren exchanged glances, and they couldn't help but feel slight anticipation and nervousness in their hearts. Elder Hui gazed at Qin Feiyang and asked, Are you really not angry? I'm angry. After all, I have feelings for the Devil Hall as well. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked old Pei and old Wang to lead 6,000 shadow guards to clean up the Devil Hall. However, I'm not someone who can't differentiate right from wrong. Moreover, this isn't something that all of you want to see happen. Because all of you definitely want the Devil Hall to become better and better. But in the future, all of you really have to keep your eyes open and hand over the authority in your hands to someone you can truly trust. Qin Feiyang smiled. Thank you. Elder Hua and the others gazed at Qin Feiyang with gratitude. With this sentence, their nervous hearts could be calmed down. Frankly speaking, now that they were facing Qin Feiyang, they still felt a lot of pressure. This was because the current Qin Feiyang, be it in terms of strength or status, was no longer the young man from back then. It was no exaggeration to say that. Now, Qin Feiyang could destroy a force with just a casual word. Old friend, don't blame yourself. Just be more careful next time. The Alliance Master looked at Elder Hua, who was walking over, and chuckled. How can I let you see such a big joke? Elder Hua pursed his lips. Ha ha. The Alliance Master couldn't help but laugh. Elder Hua glared at the Alliance Master and scanned the surroundings. He turned to look at Qin Feiyang and asked suspiciously, Where are the few of them? Senior Brother and Xiao Xian are in the western mainland. Long Chun and Long Qin have already returned to the dragon nest. As for the white-eyed wolf, I don't know where he went. Don't bother about him. Qin Feiyang waved his hand and smiled. Elder Hua said, So all of you returned this time? Yes. Qin Feiyang smiled. Good. Elder Hua nodded happily. Nothing could make him happier than this. Chuyan asked. Then, the divine kingdom now. Qin Feiyang smiled and said. Let's not talk about the divine kingdom. It's rare for us to get together, so let's talk about our daily lives. Chuyan's expression froze. These words could be said to have a deeper meaning. The others could not help but look at each other. It seemed that the divine kingdom's matter was not over yet. Brothers, come here. Qin Feiyang waved at Fang Xian and Serene. The two of them looked at each other, immediately got up, and walked to Qin Feiyang's side. Qin Feiyang looked at Elder Hua and smiled. The two talents I mentioned just now are them. One of them is called Fang Xian, and the other is called Serene. Not only Elder Hua, but the others also looked at Serene and Fang Xian. They knew Qin Feiyang too well. Those who could be valued by Qin Feiyang were definitely not bad. I met them in Tianhua Tower before. I've tested their character, and they're quite good. They originally planned to go to the Rogue Cultivators Alliance in the Western Continent, but I think the Demonic Palace needs talents like them now, so I'll hand them over to you now. Qin Feiyang looked at Elder Hua and smiled. So, they're going to the Rogue Cultivators Alliance? The Alliance Master, Deputy Alliance Master, and Hall Master of the Hall of the Exalted were stunned. When they came back to their senses, the Deputy Alliance Master immediately glared at Qin Feiyang and scolded. Brat, you're poaching our people! Absolutely not! Qin Feiyang hurriedly waved his hand and said, Master, they're originally from the Eastern Continent. It's because the Demonic Palace has been overbearing these years that they can't stand their behavior, so they're going to the Rogue Cultivators Alliance. Then let them go! What do you mean by intercepting them halfway? This water has to be balanced. The Hall of the Exalted Hall Master also glared at Qin Feiyang with dissatisfaction. Since Qin Feiyang thought highly of them and even personally determined that the two of them were moldable talents, they would definitely have great achievements in the future. They couldn't just hand over such talents to the Demonic Palace. Hey! What's wrong with you? Are there no talents in the Western Continent? Why do you have to come to our Eastern Continent to snatch them? Elder Hua glared at the two of them. Talents don't discriminate between countries. Besides, the Demonic Palace has only yourselves to blame. The Alliance Master finally spoke. Since they're talents, how can we let the Demonic Palace get them so easily? Hearing this, Elder Hua glared at the Alliance Master angrily, but he couldn't refute. That was because it was the truth. According to their previous investigation, the Demonic Palace had indeed lost many talents over the years, and those talents had all gone to the Rogue Cultivators Alliance, the Temple of Gods, and the Heavenly Palace. We're all old friends, so why do you have to fight? Why don't you let them go to the Temple of Gods, lest the Demonic Palace and the Rogue Cultivators Alliance get into a fight and hurt our friendship? He Longtian chuckled. Then shouldn't we thank you? The leaders of the Demonic Palace and the Rogue Cultivators Alliance glared at He Zhongtian. We're all on the same side. Don't be so polite. He Zhongtian also looked like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. The leaders rolled their eyes. Actually, the Heavenly Palace is also very good. The Temple Master of the Heavenly Palace suddenly spoke. Everyone was stunned. Especially Su Rin and Fang Xian. They looked at each other. They were two ordinary people, but they didn't expect that they would become the hot cakes that the four major forces were fighting over. Was this Qin Feiyang's current status in the Sky Cloud realm? As long as he took a fancy to someone, even if it was a mediocre person, they could defy the heavens and change their fate, becoming a dragon among men in one fell swoop. It really opened their eyes. They finally understood why Qin Feiyang and Lin Yi would say those inexplicable words in the Heavenly Joy building. It turned out that Qin Feiyang had already taken a fancy to them since then. What did they do to deserve this? How could this supreme existence take a fancy to them? Aren't they just two little guys? What's there to fight about? Let them choose for themselves. They can go wherever they want. Little Rabbit waved her hand impatiently. That's right. Although we are strong, we can't control the choice and fate of others. Feather Emperor chuckled. All right. The Deputy Alliance Master nodded and looked at Serene and Fang Xian. Think about it yourselves. Do you want to go to the Demonic Palace, the Rogue Cultivators Alliance, or the Heavenly Palace, or the Temple of Gods? The two of them glanced at the group of leaders and were silent for a long time. Suddenly, they looked at each other at the same time with a trace of determination in their eyes. Thank you, seniors, for your appreciation. As Lord Qin said before, we are from the Eastern Continent. Our families and friends are all in the Eastern Continent. If the Demonic Palace can really return to its former glory in the future, our first choice will definitely be the Demonic Palace. The two of them bowed and said. Hearing this, the leaders of the Rogue Cultivators Alliance, Heavenly Palace, and Temple of Gods couldn't help but be disappointed. Elder Hua, Chu Yun, and the Demonic Palace Master revealed a trace of joy. Don't worry! This old man promises that such a thing won't happen in the Demonic Palace in the future. Elder Hua said in a deep voice. Chu Yun and the Demonic Palace Master nodded. After this lesson, they didn't dare to be careless. This was because no matter what faction it was, only by treating their people well and leaving a good reputation would they be able to go further. The Demonic Palace had existed for so many years. They couldn't allow it to be destroyed in their hands. Since Senior Hua has personally guaranteed it, then us brothers will choose the Demonic Palace. The two of them looked at each other and knelt on the ground at the same time. Disciples Su Rin and Fang Xian greet the Palace Master, Deputy Palace Master, and Senior Hua. Good, good, good. Elder Hua was very pleased. He personally helped the two of them up and looked at Xin Xiaojia and Xin Dazhuang. He said with a hoarse voice, Xiaojia, Dazhuang, from now on, the two of you will lead them and teach them how to cultivate. Take good care of these two junior brothers. All right. Xin Xiaojia and Xin Dazhuang nodded. Qin Feiyang looked at Xin Dazhuang in surprise and asked, Dazhuang, you're in the Demonic Palace too? Xin Dazhuang scratched his head and said with a silly smile, I wanted to go to the Rogue Cultivator Alliance, but grandfather insisted that I come to the Demonic Palace to take care of Xiaojia. I see. Is your grandfather doing well? Qin Feiyang asked with a smile. Good. Grandfather has suddenly become a battle god and is very motivated. He's preparing to break through to the Divine Lord realm. Moreover, he often talks about you. Xin Dazhuang nodded. With his current condition, he won't have any problem breaking through to the Divine Lord realm, let alone the Divine Lord realm. Qin Feiyang chuckled. Divine Lord realm? Xin Dazhuang was stunned. He laughed dryly and said, I'm afraid it'll be a little difficult. Are you looking down on your grandfather? I've never heard of him. Old but vigorous? Qin Feiyang laughed and then glanced at everyone in front of him. He said with a smile, Seeing that all of you are doing well, I'm relieved. This time, he returned to give the inheritance of the ultimate profound to improve the overall strength of the Sky Cloud realm. Secondly, he wanted to see how these old friends were doing. And now, it seemed that everyone was doing well. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.